Buenos días, señoras y señores. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the 4th European AI Alliance Assembly here from Madrid, España, under the Spanish presidency. Please remember to talk about the day with a hashtag that you see on the screen, AI Alliance, please. And yeah, let's start the day. Day 2 is going to focus on excellence, on the development of this type of trustworthy AI technology. We're going to start the day with an inspirational speech. But I would like to wrap up on what we heard and learned yesterday. Yesterday, we saw a commitment to conclude the negotiations on the AI Act. This will be, I remind you, the world's first regulation on the use of AI. And yesterday, a call of interest to join an AI pact was launched. Check it out, please. Yesterday, we also saw during the panels that there is a fair amount of work on generative AI in Europe. And the grand challenge that the Commissioner Breton announced yesterday aims to support specifically this sector. Check it out too, please. We also heard from various panels and various speakers that the development of trustworthy AI needs a combination of measures. Access to computing, access to finance, talent, big one, regulatory convergence, ecosystem support. But above it all, it needs data. It needs access to data. It needs access to quality data. And finally, we learned in the panels in the afternoon on international cooperation that AI has no borders. We all share the same challenges, and we need to collaborate for regulatory and for practical purposes. So those were the takeaways from yesterday, and I wanted to remind you what we did yesterday, because today is going to be a very good day with different type of speakers. A lot of work has gone to prepare the panels, and the moderators are going to be your host for the day, and they're going to be amazing. But let's kickstart with the inspirational speech. So, can we have the last slide, please? The next slide, please. The inspirational speech is going to be delivered by Adrián González Sánchez, member of the Spanish AI Observatory, Odisea. And he's going to deliver a speech and demo, live demo on large language models. So no pressure. Adrián, please, let's put our hands together to welcome Adrián on the stage.
I'm arriving from the other side.
Ay, que estás aquí, calla. Ciao.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Well, let's start with energy, like an applause for our MC, Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much. I'm truly excited and honored to be here, not only as an AI professional, but also like I'm a European citizen, Spanish citizen, and a member of the Spanish AI Observatory Odisea. There's no pressure. It's an inspirational session and live demo. What could go wrong? Let's see. For those who are not from Spain, the Observatory Odisea is an independent non-profit organization that is fostering the social and ethical use of artificial intelligence. We have plenty of people, members from academia, from the industry, and with different backgrounds in technology, ethics, regulatory aspects. And we are helping different organizations to adopt AI in an ethical and responsible way. And this is very good. This is a very good mission, but in order to understand all the ethical and responsible aspects of AI, we need to understand technology. So part of the goal of this presentation is to understand where we are. And I know that it's difficult. It's very difficult to understand what's happening every day, every week, with news in Europe, in America, in Asia, etc. So let's try to summarize where we are. All of you know, or should know, that artificial intelligence is not new. This started in the 50s, and we had a series of winters and summers, illusion, hype, disillusion with AI technologies. And in the 90s, we were working already in several sectors with machine learning technologies, maybe less complex, welcome, Secretary, maybe less complex models, but already useful for a variety of sectors. On the modern 10, it's very weird to say the modern years 10, we had the age of deep learning, neural networks, and a lot of applications that came from that, and different research centers, companies, adoption on the industry and society. And today we are on the era of generative AI. That's partially why we are here, and we are talking about artificial intelligence, because we know that we are living something that is potentially different. But how different is that? Let's see. If you check like the evolution of innovations around the world, we have been talking about the steam engines, about the cloud computing, about the printing press, and now we are talking about artificial intelligence with this potential to change the economy and the reality of so many countries, companies, and regions. And of course, we have reports from McKinsey, Gartner, Boston Consulting Group, doesn't matter the company, all of them are selling the advantages and the considerations of artificial intelligence. And that's why most of you are trying to adopt this kind of technology. But again, we have experienced a lot of summers and winters. Is this real? Is this different? So the question is not if it's real or different, is why is generative AI different? Traditionally, we're talking about models with a unitary kind of task. If you wanted to summarize, you'll get one model with your data. If you wanted to translate, you will get another model. If you wanted to detect sentiment, you will get a third model. Today, we have the notion of foundation models that we have been discussing yesterday here with so many actors. Foundation models are a new approach on which we are able to perform different kind of tasks with one single model. Yes, we can customize the model, we can adapt it to different varieties, but the core capabilities are on the same model. So imagine the potential for adoption in the companies. This is the first differentiation. The second one is the ability to inject or to consume information in very different formats, but also to produce information in very different formats. We have an artistic inspiration here in the building that we're generating images, music, videos, text. This is a real potential for all sorts of applications. We'll have a few demos in which you will see the potential of this, but you know what? My favorite one is the fact that we are not communicating with this kind of models in a very technical way. We are using natural language, Castilian, English, Catalan. We can communicate with these models, and that's a key differentiator for adoption. And the companies, not only technical people will be communicating with these models, everyone can communicate. Imagine the potential for accessibility. Now, how good are the generative AI models? And this is the tricky part. We say, how to make this presentation difficult? Let's create a live demo. A live demo in which everything could go wrong, the models couldn't work, internet maybe is not working. Let's see how that goes. Who wants a live demo, by the way? Put your hands up. Yeah, you want to see? OK, perfect. And you're probably thinking, that's an elegant outfit for a technical demo. Allow me to sit here. Yes. So, you know, yesterday we were drinking some wines, no, just a couple of them. Don't worry, at the end of the event, and I say, OK, I'll go home, I'll learn something new. And I was checking for images and complex images. I was saying, what can I learn about? I have no idea about genomics, so I started to check complex images about genomics. I say, could I use artificial intelligence to understand a bit better? Not as a professional, I'm not able to evaluate the quality of the recommendation, but at least to get a grasp of what this image is saying. That is very small, but even if I put it bigger, probably you won't understand anything except if you are a genomics expert. So let's try. Let's see what we could do. Let me upload this image, and here's where we'll see if the Wi-Fi is working. So we are loading the image, and let's go with the basics. Let's be honest. I'll say, hey, please, because you need to be nice to the machines, explain the details of this image. I'm totally new. Let's put something like that. This will take a few moments, obviously. Now the model is trying to read not only the images, or the image in this case, but also my instruction. And it was in English, but it could have been in Italian, for example, and the model could understand that. If we wait for the answer, we'll see the output of this model, and what we'll realize is that even if we're talking a very critical topic, no, healthcare, we are getting a full description, and I can make it a bit bigger, a full description about what's the gene of interest, chromosomal integration, optimization, modular, et cetera, et cetera. It says something about Terminator, but it seems that Terminator is a thing in genomics, so don't worry. This is totally OK. See the potential for this again, not for replacing humans who have the knowledge of genomics, but to maybe access to this kind of information, or even to accessibility on the web. So many blind people who will need accessibility tags on the images, this could be perfectly feasible with this sort of technology. The second one is related to another kind of accessibility, is in the companies. You know this slogan of data is power, right? But who has the power in your companies? The people who know how to consult the data, to access the data. Let's see if generative AI is able to help you get information even if you don't have a technical background. I'll do a search in SQL just to choose one technology and forget about the details here. It's just to say I have a database with statistics of COVID, because I like positive topics, so I choose this kind of database. And I could ask the model to say, can you give me the statistics of COVID cases in, let's say, New York? See if that works. Right now, what we are doing is to communicate with the model in natural language, but now imagine the engine has to map what I'm saying with the origin of the data, to find the data model, to find the columns and the information, and to see if we can consult this database. So now, and let me make it a bit bigger, we are seeing that I haven't done anything before. I promise, I haven't prepared this. But we are finding that there is a table related to COVID topics, and there is a SQL query generated based on my language. And it's saying not only we'll find the cases, we'll show the first 10 cases, and we will put the where state and why instead of New York. So these linguistic models are making the connection to facilitate this kind of task. How many people here could do now a SQL query in your companies? But you know, here we are to highlight the potential of the European ecosystem, the current potential and the future potential. I was very happy to see this panel with Mistral, Alinea, and other European companies. So let's take the Hugging Face chat, which integrates the Mistral model. I don't know if Timothée is here, but I'll be showing the capabilities of your model, so hopefully it will work. I'm sure it will work. Let's imagine you have the website of the European Commission, just to keep the topic. And we go here, and we can say, you are an AI assistant for European Commission with this URL. If I ask you about something else, please say you cannot answer. Let's see how that goes. This is where the magic happens. So I haven't customized anything. This is the Mistral model, 7 billion parameters. Technically, a smaller model, very efficient. That's amazing. And it's saying just with the URL, what we are saying, sure, I'm happy to help with the European Commission topics. How can I help? Let's try something. What can you talk about? This is talking about the policies, initiatives, information, etc., all the topics related to European Commission. But we have a beautiful variety in Europe, no? We don't speak English. We do speak English. But we could say, OK, mais en français? And now I'm risking my life, because, bien sûr, je suis heureux d'aider avec toutes les questions So it's working, trust me. It's working, it's answering in Spanish. I en català, clarament, jo estic feliç d'ajudar. Imagine the potential, regardless of the content of this, because obviously this is a quick demonstration just to show the abilities. Let's contextualize. This is Mistral. This is a European company that started a few months ago, at least in the public, and they have made something that looks very similar in terms of capabilities to other models that we already know. Imagine with the ecosystem that we have in Europe, with all the building blocks that we have in Europe, the regulation, yes, the technology, the talent, the funding mechanisms. We're talking about Mistral, but also Aleph Alpha in Germany, Silo in Finland, and more companies that will be created here because the potential is real. So I like when I say that this is a technology presentation. The goal was to highlight the value of the European approach, not only for regulation, but also a talent ecosystem. And the last piece that I want to say is initiatives like the Spanish Sandbox are really a gift for the industry and for the professionals. So as a citizen, I want to say thank you to the Spanish government for your hard work and for the effort of the last months. Thank you for your attention. Please enjoy day 2.
Thank you very much, Adrián. Everything went right. Amazing. Loved it. Thank you. It was super inspirational, I must say. Now, I'd like to welcome on stage Carme Artigas, Secretary of State for Digitalization and AI, who's going to give us a welcome message. Please, Secretary.
Hi, good morning. After the inspiring talk with Adrián, I cannot just put the level up. It's impossible. So welcome to this second day. I hope you have enjoyed the night in Madrid. This is why we always start the day after at 10, or even after 10. That's the difference between doing the event in Madrid or in Brussels. That makes an important difference. So thank you so much for being here and enjoying this second day. That, of course, this is about to end, but I think we can a little bit recap the main important topics that we discussed yesterday. First of all, this event for us is very important because it is in the core of our presidency, the AI topics, and our presidency is about to end, but still we need a long time ahead to achieve a very important milestone, which is, as we expect, to close the negotiations on the AI Act. And yes, Jan, I am wildly optimistic because I think somebody is doubting that we can end up with this portfolio at the end of December. It will not be because we have not done our best, and we have the commitment from all the parties involved and all the co-legislators. So we are also discussing these days about international collaboration on artificial intelligence. And I really take all the insights that you have discussed yesterday also to the UN high-level advisory board discussions that I'm chairing. But what is most important is that we are opening the computer capacities also in the EU, as Commissioner Breton announced yesterday, to help our startups become the unicorns on AI. And you have just mentioned, Adrián, some of the big players here, also Alina, don't forget, is the Spanish one. And I hope that we really have not only the talent, have the financial capabilities and the computer capabilities to make it happen. So this announcement of opening up the high-performance ecosystem, I think it's going to be very welcome, and I trust that the Spanish ecosystem is also ready to get used to these capabilities, as well as the AI sandbox that, as you know, is open to participate. The Spanish companies can participate directly, but also the other European companies can participate to the sandbox if they have like an alliance with the Spanish one. It's just a question because this is a royal decree law and must be national legislation. But of course, you can co-participate with some of your partners in Spain. And finally, yesterday, we also strengthened our cooperation with Latin American and Caribbean states, reinforcing and converging policies and regulatory frameworks on AI. And we signed a very important statement to emphasize this. This is very important because we are seeing this debate between US and China on how AI should be developed, I think, kept initially Europe as just an observer. And we say, no, we don't want to be an observer, we want to be an actor. This is why all the digital decade strategies of the European Commission have been very powerful to position Europe at the center of this new industrial revolution enabled by AI. And we not only are saying we want to be an actor, we have the capacity to be an actor. We want to do things in a different way. As I told yesterday, we have been seen so far as the third way. We didn't like the US model owned by companies. We didn't like the Chinese model owned by governments. We claimed our third way. Europe wants that the AI, the data is in the hands of the citizens, and that we participate and define the limits of its evolution, and we participate in its governance. And now, Europe is not only leading the third way, we are leading the only way. Because the rest of the world has already realized that the only way we can really get all the benefits of AI is if this AI is trustful and it is respectful with the citizens' rights and our European and democratic values. And I think that's important, the most important contribution that the European Union can give to the world these days in the height of the development of artificial intelligence and all the opportunities and risks and challenges that we have ahead. So while the discussions yesterday integrated and emphasized the use of AI, the opportunities for the future and international collaboration, today's sessions are going to be focused on preparing on the AI regulatory framework, on cybersecurity, on inclusiveness, and also in strengthening the European industry. In brief, the future of artificial intelligence relies on our shared vision. Spain's collaboration with European initiatives establishes the groundwork for a secure digital future. The partnership between public and private sectors is not just advantageous, but critical. Together, we are ready to establish a global standard, blending innovation with our fundamental European values that I'm sure is going to be a very, very important competitive factor. Thank you very much, and enjoy the second day.
Thank you, Secretary. That was an inspirational speech, too. So let's kickstart the panel discussions. And I have a surprise and a talk for you today. Today, we are going to have a Slido question for every panel. We have 4 panels. We're going to have 4 questions. So let's have fun together, taking the QR codes out and, doing all this polling. If you go here, the first question of today, and you have to listen very carefully to what the speakers are going to say, but obviously you have your own views on the topic, is which are the areas where the risk of AI-induced discrimination is especially high? And you get a word. So choose carefully, please. And now, without further ado, let me introduce you to the moderator of the next panel, Trustworthy AI for All, Ensuring Inclusiveness and Fairness. Let's welcome on stage Emanuela Girardi, President of the AI Data and Robotics Association, ADRA. Welcome.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. And I'm very happy and honored to moderate this second panel on this first panel, actually, after the presentation, the inspirational speech on trustworthy AI. And as we've just been reminded by the Secretary of State, Artigas, this is really the core of the European vision, because AI brings us fantastic opportunities. And we saw with the speech, the inspirational speech of Adrian, I mean, all the amazing things that we can do even with the European generative AI. But as we just been reminded, there are also some threats, some risks, and to really fully deploy and deploy and use European AI, we really need to make it trustworthy. And so today, in this panel, we will really tackle this problem of how to make it trustworthy in a very practical way also. So I'm happy to invite on the stage the speaker that will be with us today. And I start from Carlos Castillo, a research professor, Instituto Catalana de Recerca y Estudis Avançats. I pronounce it well in Catalan, I don't know, in Spanish. Please welcome us. Hi, Carlos. Then we have Joanna Godet. She's the head of Justice Unit Justice, Digital and Migration Fundamental Rights Agency, FRA. Hi, Joanna, thank you. Then we have Frederick Heinz, professor at Linköping University. Hi, Frederick. Then we have Adolfo Rodero, leader of Generative AI Working Group at Digital España. Please. Then we have Françoise Solier, a counselor scientific at Hub AI in France. Perfect. And then we have, please, Giulia Sudano. She's the president of Period Think Tank Project. Please, Giulia. Okay. You sit there? Okay, thank you for joining us. I will also take a seat. And so, as I mentioned before, this is really talking about, not only the opportunities, but as Carmen Artigas just said, in AI, we really need to make sure that AI is also trustworthy, but is respectful, safe, responsible, and we can really develop AI, that is. It's for people and it's for all. And this is what we are trying to do today. We are with this amazing guest. We are really trying to understand how we can tackle the risk, how we can mitigate them, and how we can identify the bias and really make sure that the AI that we use is safe for everybody and we can just benefit from all the great opportunities. So today we will be talking about, we have this amazing panel and everybody is working in a specific area. So we have really the chance to go from fundamental rights to HR, to the gender bias, to academia, and then to the industry, to really see how we can, in practical, develop trustworthy AI here in Europe. So let me start with Joanna. Joanna, please. You are really, you are working for this fundamental rights agency, so you're really tackling, you're really seeing in your everyday work, lots of situations where we have some kind of discrimination, and you're really, struggling with how to protect people's rights from the misuse of AI system. Can you please tell us, which one are the experience that you're facing, and how you, what you are doing in practical, really, to make sure that AI is safe?
Okay, thanks very much. Can you hear me? No? Yes, now you can. So thanks for the question. Yes, speaking from the perspective of the EU's Fundamental Rights Agency, the topic of this panel, of course, is discrimination and bias, so addressing those with respect to AI applications. But if you come at it from the perspective of the Fundamental Rights Agency, you have to look at the full range of rights that can be impacted by AI, so of which discrimination and looking for bias is only one. And you asked me, what areas are we looking at in particular in relation to discrimination and bias? Of course, everything can be impacted by discrimination and bias up to a point. What we have researched to date, though, and I'll just pick two areas where we have thought that we as the Fundamental Rights Agency need to go in and have a closer look. One of those areas is the area of policing. So, for example, we have looked at the use of predictive policing. We've run simulation case studies and modelling on predictive policing in relation to geographical areas and discrimination that may target certain communities in society. This is a well-known phenomenon, but we, at least coming in as the Fundamental Rights Agency and bringing together data scientists working with us, we were able to demonstrate clearly, of course, the real risk of runaway feedback loops. And of course, those feedback loops are being based on data that is already biased and discriminatory because it comes from official sources, which are also problematic in that regard. So we've looked at predictive policing. We're also going to be looking at remote biometric identification for law enforcement purposes, which is one of the hot topics in relation to the AI Act, with the discussion on bans and when it can be used and can't be used. So this is a new area that we're working on, but directly working with the police to see what they have been using and what they would like to use going forward. Why is this an important area in relation to discrimination and bias? Because it impacts very much on freedom of assembly and other rights, including human dignity, you name it, as well as bias and non-discrimination. Very quickly, one other area that we're also looking at is the area of offensive speech detection. Where we've also published research in this area, again looking at simulation modeling and looking at it in respect to different languages and different groups that are impacted by offensive speech detection. So what these models do take down and what they don't take down, what they overflag and what they underflag in relation to discrimination. And we're about to publish a report on the 29th of this month on online content moderation. Of course, we have the Digital Services Act, but of course we see huge gaps. The speaker just beforehand referred to looking at uses of AI in different languages. But we're researching languages like Bulgarian and under-researched languages where you don't have the sophistication of online content moderation that you do in English and other languages. So it's a huge issue when you're trying to combat offensive speech in different languages where the models are less sophisticated because of the data they're using, have been less exposed to oversight. And why do I mention that area? Well, it's one area because offensive speech can lead to incitement of violence and hatred, which of course impinges on key fundamental rights. So those are just two examples: policing and also looking at language online and whether the models that are currently in use are actually working. So these are some examples of areas that we are looking at.
It's very interesting. I mean, especially, if I think about also the last part, the hate speech, and then if we also think about, the use of generative AI today and how you can tackle it in the different European languages, that's really a very interesting topic. Thank you. We will come back to that at the end of the panel because it's very interesting. Okay, so I will move now to Carlos, and Carlos, you are the project leader or the coordinator of the Find HR project. So if you can just tell us a couple of words of what is this project about. And then it's about recruiting. I will just anticipate it. And you are really tackling the problem of using AI system in HR and how this could discriminate, and also how to solve and to mitigate this bias and discrimination. Please.
Thank you. So I'm a computer scientist and I coordinate Project Finder that stands for Fairness and Intersection and Non-Discrimination in Human Recommendation. And this is part of 4 Horizon Europe projects of research that are being funded and that are about discrimination risk of AI. That includes Finder, Bias, Mammoth, and Project Equitas. And Julia here is a part of that project. Our project works in human resources, which is a fascinating topic to speak about discrimination, because I would think that most of us recognize that recruitment is an area where there are very strong discrimination risks, where there is a history of discrimination, where there is present discrimination. Many things are not solved yet, but also there is this is a highly consequential area for application of technology. And indeed, we have done research and we have interviewed some job seekers, particularly people, for instance, who have a first name that doesn't sound European, that sounds foreign. We have interviewed migrant women. We've interviewed a number of people, and I want to read you something that was very interesting in what one of our interviewers said. She says, I'm concerned about the data that the AI hiding tools are using, because if the data is coming from people that are already biased, then what happens is not 100% neutral. For instance, what happens when 80% of the people you're hiding have the same type of background, the same location, and this is built into the systems? Wouldn't the AI tool also develop some type of bias? So we're not interviewing much, we're also interviewing technical people, but we can see that everybody can see that there is a risk of the introduction of technology in this field because there is already discrimination, and AI can, and indeed I would say that most of the work on discrimination from AI have, in basically any application of AI, have found some discriminatory risks. And technology makes this just more frustrating and a little bit more opaque for some people. So another of our interviewed said something interesting. She said, I've noticed that it's becoming much more common for big companies to have career sites. You have to log in some kind of site, set up an account, copy-paste the information from your CV, hoping that everything fits, and I'm not even sure if an actual human being will ever read my CV. I assume that companies have an algorithm that somehow goes through and sorts it out according to some job criteria. So it's a really complex thing, and I think people recognize like the opacity and the risk of like just experiencing the frustration of talking to a machine, and searching for a job is already a frustrating experience for many people. We are addressing this considering two elements. One is that the system under consideration is not the algorithm, but is the recruitment pipeline completely, right? So, and this happens in other high-risk applications other high-risk areas of AI, which is that the monitoring has to be done over the entire system, not only over the piece that is automated, but also the system is the human working together with a machine, and that should be evaluated together. So that's one thing, and the other is that this requires like process monitoring, outcome monitoring, like it requires some system for equality monitoring that maybe I will mention later, some process for algorithmic auditing that needs to be end-to-end. There are some areas for explainability, right, to explain these frustrated, like people who are applying to 20, 30, 40 jobs and being just like said no, being like rejected by a machine and feeling that and experiencing this rejection by a machine. So people, and I finish with this, people tell us like, okay, I apply for a job and I get a rejection at 6 a.m. the next morning. That was not done by a human. I know that I was rejected by a machine.
Thank you. I think this is very interesting because it shows also how we interact with the AI system, which one are our expectation, and also which one are our frustration. And I think the trustworthiness of AI is also about this, about also educating people how to use and interact with the AI system. So it's very interesting, especially when you're looking for a job. So that's also a very important point. Thanks. So I will now move to Françoise. And I think Carlos, you mentioned the life cycle of AI that we really need to control and to make sure that each step of the entire life cycle of AI system is trustworthy. And this, I think, it's particularly difficult when it comes to companies, especially SMEs, because they are already struggling with adopting and uptaking with the AI projects. And then, we also tell them that it has to be trustworthy. And so today, it's a little difficult to understand for them what they have to do in each part, in each step of the life cycle of AI system. So you're working with the Hub AI, with all the industry, especially also with SMEs, what you're doing really to tackle this practical problem or implementing trustworthiness into AI system?
Yeah, thank you very much. Not sure it works?
No, it works, yes.
Yes, France AI, basically, we are an association very much similar to the one we saw before, I think, with a demo. I don't have a demo, sorry. Basically, it's an association of companies, about 150 of them. A lot of them are startups. We're also running projects with SMEs. And I may say that my job is talking with companies, basically. I was an AI person before, and still probably. So what basically we're trying to do, we have this company coming to us because they want to learn about AI. There is a lot of companies who are not up to scale to AI knowledge. And I think these ideas of fairness and all this thing is something they don't really grasp very easily. So our job is to help them share, help them get access to information, help them build up information together. So what we do, we would various things, but one of the things we do, for example, we have a line of action in our strategy that we're launching these days, actually, on impact of AI, right? And impacts of AI, basically what we do is we run working group on different topics where the companies are going to assemble and produce usually reports, but it could be technical tools, more like. And for example, one of them in this impact is impact on society. We go broader and larger than just fairness and trustworthiness. What are the impact that AI can have on society? One of those, for example, could be, of course, on human resources. We have a working group dedicated to that topic. We have a group also on ethics. And these people are going to meet together to build up good practices, right? The good practices which work in real life. When you are confronted with this problem of hiring, what can you do? What should you do? And what are the others doing? Some of our members once told me, everything you do at the hub, I can do in my company. It's a big one. But I go so much faster with you, right? So this is really that. Our goal is to accelerate. Our goal is to help our members to develop. And so one of them, as I said, is on society. The other one is on jobs, of course. There is one on a new topic, relatively new for small companies, which is cybersecurity. We see that there is a huge impact on that. And to me, fairness would be like, if I am an SME, I have 70% of chances to die if I have an attack by cybersecurity. How can we help companies build up their knowledge, their understanding, so that they can survive attacks like that? Because if an SME dies, all the people who are working there don't have a job anymore. So we're trying to see how we can help them. There is also a new topic that is emerging, of course, that you all know about, is frugality, the impact on the environment. So we're also trying to build up something with our members on this topic. And to go to the, the languages issue, we have a group of companies who are, all of them doing speech recognition with AI, of course. And they are French companies, they are dealing with French text, and if you are in this domain, then you will realize that you can find lots of data sets, as you all know, which are in English. So a company by itself wanting to do speech recognition in French has to go and try to find data set in French. These guys, I think it's about 20 companies in speech, all of them in French. They decided to build up an alliance, if you want, where each of them bring the data set so that everybody can share. So I think initiatives like that help companies to grow and to learn also that the topics we're talking about here, you have to learn about them. You have to know also, not only to understand, the letter of it. I would say, who cares, quote unquote, right? The letter of it is not really the most important thing to me. The most important thing to me is, once I have understood what fairness and all those things are, what do I do in practice? How should I put in place mechanisms that I can hire people in an unbiased way? So this is what we're trying to do, is build up these good practices that in practice, it will happen, right? And this is not so easy.
Thank you. I completely agree. And also, I think that you brought something very interesting, that it's also the speed, because the company probably they could do it by themselves, but here we are also talking about a pace of adoption of AI that the speed is really a critical factor. And then I also think that the other important message that you brought is the value of the ecosystem. So, you can do it much faster and much better if you learn from the other best practice, and you can do it within an ecosystem. So, you're talking about the French ecosystem. Now, I will go then to Adolfo, that is instead in charge of the Spanish ecosystem, especially on generative AI. Are you facing the same challenges with generative AI? For the adoption of generative AI in a trustworthy way within the Spanish SMEs ecosystem?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you, Manuela, and thank you to the organization for having me as a representative of Digital ES in this magnificent panel. And of course, thank to all of you for joining us and participating in this event today. So, Digitales is the Spanish Association for Digitalization, and it brings in more than 60 companies that, like telcos, software development companies, network equipment vendors, and of course, technology companies such as Accenture, where I work as a responsible of the software and technology industries. So the goal of Digitales is to accelerate the digitalization of the Spanish ecosystem, and in that capacity we have several lines of work. One of them is devoted precisely to generative AI. So as part of this effort, we typically organize lectures, roundtables, of course, events, and we are producing what will be the white book that will be published in the first half of 2024 about the generative AI and how to apply it to Spain. So now coming to what is trustworthiness. Trustworthiness, including fairness and including inclusiveness, is one of the key topics that will be covered in this work group. One of the reasons why we consider that key is that according to an Accenture survey, there is 75% of the global companies that are promoting, or let's say prioritizing, generative AI investment over other investments, but only 6% of them feel prepared to manage this technology responsibly. So there's a huge gap there that needs to be addressed. So, I mean, we consider that managing AI responsibly involves basically 4 pillars of action. The first one is priorities, defining the right priorities, and these priorities are unique to each organization. Of course, priorities and principles have some common ground, but this needs to be tailored to each unique situation and corporate culture. Once you have the priorities, you of course need the governance. And only that you can get to the next pillar, that is typically the monitoring, the control, and the enablement of the processes that take care and ensure that there are the safeguards, but also the right mechanisms to develop this AI responsibly. Of course, after you have this governance, you need to ensure that you have the technology, the tools, and the processes in place so that the companies can ensure that the systems that are being developed are useful, but also respond to the standards that they have defined. And finally, and more importantly, respectful and what we call human Gen AI requires that the culture and the corporate culture is permeated of this Gen AI capacity, skills, and the principles that were defined earlier. As we saw earlier in the presentation of Adrian, the AI systems are becoming easier to interact with. There is a lot of investment and a lot of effort put into humans being able to interact more effectively with Gen AI systems. But that will mean also that we'll be exposed not just as users, but also as contributors to the evolution of Gen AI systems, which means that all the company from the top to the bottom needs to be exposed and rightly trained for that mission. So these are the 4 pillars that will be worked and will be developed in the white book that we'll be presenting by the second half of 2024.
Thank you, Adolfo. And I think that this last point that you mentioned, it's really important. I mean, the education and the training are really the key point, really to bring AI into our society. So the cultural point is really relevant. Thanks. So among all the main risk that we are facing with the use of AI, one is about the gender bias. And Julia, you're really, with your association, I know that you're really specializing in tackling tackling these gender bias issues, and you're working with a multi-stakeholder approach. Sorry, so I really would like to ask you if you can share the experience that you're having and what you do really to tackle the gender bias problems.
Good morning, everyone. It's very nice to be here in this very interesting panel. So first of all, we are now working in the Equitas project that Carlos was mentioning about. It's a EU-funded project. It's made up by a very different subjects like companies, academics, civil society organization. So this very different, heterogeneous network. It's very interesting to share different point of views regarding possible discrimination in AI. That's why the project wants to detect, mitigate, and repair biases in the current AI system, and thus also to help improve guidelines for new AI system that can be really fairness by design since the beginning. That's what we're trying to do. So that's one example of getting together different type of subjects that can share different point of views and understand each other, and sharing the social point of view with the technical point of view, and see what we can come up with. But for me, it's very important to underline something. I mean, we cannot expect AI to be different for what our society is. We have plenty of inequalities, of discrimination. Gender, it's one of the main, because women are the majority of the population worldwide, but there are many other kinds of gender discrimination. For instance, LGBT people are just invisible. They do not exist. So we cannot expect that the AI is doing something different than what we do as human beings. So we have to keep in mind that we have to do something that is at the same time in our society and in AI, because nobody can, change something if it is not conscious of the problem. So conscious of the discrimination you can have in an hiring process, or in discrimination you can have with generative AI, with the images you are portraying that are very stereotyped, sexist, racist, and so on. Or even credit risk, many topics. So if we're not aware, of course, we will never build a system that it's not discriminatory. So we need to work on ourselves. So it's an appeal also for everybody here, for companies, for institutions, because we just replicate. What's dangerous about AI, it's the exponential level of enlarging discrimination because of the power that these machines can have. But it really starts from ourselves and what we are doing about being conscious. What's very dangerous is that if we are not aware, there is no transparency. For instance, in our project, it's very difficult to find cases of discriminations, because many people just don't know they've been discriminated by the AI, because they don't know companies are using AI for hiring processes, for credit, assurance, health, everything. So because we don't know, we really hope the AI Act is going to make transparency mandatory. You cannot act, you cannot be conscious, you cannot expand awareness by people. And that's how, all the fights and the consciousness will be very difficult. So for us, it's really this starting point, make people conscious, aware, and I will expand later on in the second round that we do this as a feminist think tank by working on data sets from the bottom up and then big data, looking for the bias and the prejudice with the data set that our institutions use, because otherwise we will never have effective, just, and equity public policies. But I will expand on that on the second round.
I really like this feminist approach to data. It's very important. And then it's fairness by design, because you really need to start including the fairness principle when you think about developing data, developing an algorithm, and when you start collecting the data, annotating the data, and so on. This is very, very important. Thanks. Okay, so now we'll go. We heard all the different use of trustworthy AI deployment and applications of trustworthy AI in different fields. And now we'll go back to Frederick, because he's the coordinator of the Taylor Network, and they're really building the scientific foundation for trustworthy AI. So I would like to ask, given everything that has been said now in the panel, what are you doing to engage all these different community and to make sure that what you're building from the scientific point of view is then brought into society and then into industry, association, training, civil rights, and so on?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, so I'm coordinator of the Taylor Network. So Taylor is one of these networks of research excellence centers, and we are then trying to develop these scientific foundations for trustworthy AI. And we also believe that we need to do that through integrating many different technologies, so not only machine learning, but also machine reasoning and optimization and so on. And by combining the best of these different techniques, then we have a chance to actually developing the technical foundations for this. And I think one of the interesting aspects here is, of course, that we talk about, say, fairness, but I mean, what do we mean by fairness? I mean, there are so many different ways of kind of from a technical point of view defining fairness. So one interesting area to do research in is metrics of fairness. So how should we measure it, and how should we then be able to detect it? And that's one of the things we're doing. And another concrete example is to use synthetic data to both have privacy-preserving data generation, but also that you can deal with fairness and representativeness in the data being generated. So, for example, you can have data that might not be representative, it might not be fair, it might be containing private information, and then you train models, and then you sample these models in a systematic way, and then you generate a new synthetic data set, which is then disconnected from the individuals. And as part of this process, you can also remove the statistical the correlations between sensitive attributes to the decision attributes. So then you can remove certain parts if you don't, they shouldn't be taken into consideration when you make your decision. You can also rebalance the data set so that you get a more representative data set, so the different groups that are included, that they all have a fair amount of data related to them. So that's the kind of technical work that we're doing. And then in order to address the question, I mean, one of the things we are doing is that we have developed a handbook of trustworthy AI. So this is then a resource that anyone can use in order to see where is the state of the art when it comes to concepts like bias, explainability, fairness, and so on, and what are the solutions out there that one can use. So that's one way, which is then targeting a very broad audience. We are also, especially when it comes to engaging with industry, we have a number of industry representatives, but we also engage through research institutes like TNO in the Netherlands, DFKI in Germany, INRIA in France, and FBK in Italy, so that we have these organizations that are very used to interacting both with industry but also with society broader, so that they have been explicitly part of this in order to spread this to as many as possible. We also, of course, very much engage in different kind of outward facing activities such as these events and so on. So there are a number of things. We are also a network, so which means that we have 54 partners, but then we also have the opportunity for especially research organizations and others that are interested companies to take part of the work that we do, to join as network members, and then you get invited to the events and activities that we organize. So yeah, we have a wide range of different activities towards this, including also multidisciplinary researchers within the network. So many different things, but it's very important, and it's also quite challenging to bring all these different perspectives into a coherent whole.
Yeah, exactly. No, thank you for underlying again the value for the building up a strong interconnected community. So again, the value for the ecosystem. I just have a question. Is the handbook already published, or when will it be published?
Yes, actually it was published a bit more than a year ago, the first version.
Okay, and where people can find it, in Taylor's website?
Yeah, so Taylor.oh. No,
okay,
Project
perfect.
Taylor, maybe it's .eu. Well, I think if you search EU Project Taylor, you find the webpage.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for this first round. I was thinking now, I will go back to Joanna, and one of the last things that she said was about hate speech, and then I will link it to disinformation. And since next year we will have election in Europe, and there will be election also in the United States, I wanted to ask you if you can tell us if you have some use cases also about how to identify disinformation, misinformation online, and how you're tackling it. From one side, from the discrimination point of view, and the other side, I think that if I remember well, you're also using AI to tackle disinformation or hate speech online. And if you can tell us what you're doing and how you're doing it, and if it's working.
Well, from our different research areas that we engage in, we have different use cases. What I want to say, though, is we're talking about the last round of questions about what we can do about discrimination and bias. And oftentimes when you talk about use cases, you're asked to look at promising practices or good practices. What we do know when we do our research and we talk to developers and deployers of AI, and this can be on online content moderation or looking at offensive speech detection and different areas we look at too, is that there are huge gaps, as has been alluded to and already said by panelists, in people's, particularly the developers, their knowledge of what we mean by discrimination and bias. This applies to all areas that we've looked at. What I want to say in this regard is that if you look at other disciplines, if you look at the social sciences, for example, or statisticians who do large population-based surveys, it's in their DNA that they look for bias in their samples. They look for bias in their data sets, and they correct it, and they weight the data sets. So when we look at uses of AI, and I also have a background in statistics and large-scale surveys. So what I learned back in the 1980s is, you correct your data set, you correct your sample to look for bias and discrimination. And yet we're hearing that there's this complete lack of a basic assumption that you would have if you come from a different discipline. So if you're looking for offensive speech detection or how to combat online hate, and you go back to the basics of the data sets, one thing I want to mention is that when we interviewed developers and deployers of AI, so we interviewed about 91, looking at use cases in areas, is they had some idea about data protection. Of course they did, because of the GDPR. Data protection officers in their large companies had a little bit of an idea about discrimination, but they really didn't know what it means in practice. So a lot of assumptions that if you kick out sensitive data, you don't collect it, there's not a problem. Okay, you say, well, we're not asking people about their religion or their ethnicity. Anyway, it's banned in our country, you can't ask that. But of course, there was all this issue about proxy data and things like that, and how you can manipulate the data, etc. So research we have done looking at use cases in different areas, it's the lack of knowledge about how to identify and understand discrimination, so complete lack of awareness. And one thing I want to mention, if you're going to develop models to identify and mitigate discrimination and bias, can be offensive speech detection, can be whatever model you want. You also have to go to experts who understand discrimination. The EU has equality bodies in all the member states. They have to by EU law. It's mandated. So I didn't hear a single developer or deployer who are aware of equality bodies that have to take cases of discrimination, have to look at the issue of discrimination. They've been doing this for years. So do they go out to equality bodies to make sure they've got speaking to the right people? Not only the communities concerned who are impacted by discrimination directly, who won't even know they're being discriminated against because it's opaque, do they reach out to equality bodies? So if you're developing an AI system to address online hate, okay, you have the Digital Services Act, you engage with the larger platforms, but they're not really engaging with other actors who have the expertise in rooting out discrimination and bias. And people have been working on this issue for decades in other disciplines. So that's one thought I want to put in there. And I think just very briefly, finally, I think the fact that the AI Act, I know it was discussed yesterday, is looking at the collection of sensitive data to mitigate bias, it's currently an article in the Act, is welcome. But you get pushback, of course, from different areas that even to collect this data is dangerous. But if you do it with the right legal safeguards in place, this is one way to move forward. So going back, you asked me about a specific area, but as the Fundamental Rights Agency, we look at far more than simply online hate. We look at all areas where there's a risk of discrimination and bias in relation to AI. So I would go speak to other experts who know a lot about discrimination and bias and have been looking at this for years.
We really need, I mean, it was mentioned there is this gap of knowledge, I mean, in this specific area for who is really developing AI, and we really need a training, I mean, on this part as well. So this is a very, very important topic. And this is also what Carles was mentioning, I mean, at the end of his first round, he was just talking about the cultural and the need for education. And I just ask you to be a little bit briefer in this second round, because we're finishing our time. Thanks.
I want to follow up on what was just said, because I think the lack of quantitative data is really something that is making things very difficult for monitoring discrimination in AI. So the European Network Against Racism have been insisting for years that there should be some quantitative data collection, otherwise we will never know to what extent is discrimination a problem. From recruitment portals, it's very difficult to tell, okay, questions such as how many times a person over the age of 45 has been the #1 person shown by the recruitment portal for a search. We don't know, right? We don't know that. So on a personal note, I have 2 employers, and I asked them, I want to be counted as non-binary. And one of the employers came back like a week later and told me, well, we will have a system in place for the students at the end of this year, and for professors at the end of the next year. Right? So I'm still cannot be counted for one of my employers. The other one responded immediately, told me, okay, yes, you will be counted as non-binary. What are your pronouns? And I thought, okay, this is fantastic. But this doesn't happen all the time, and I think we need people to be counted. I think data minimization has been somehow data minimization and anti-discrimination efforts, they are against each other, and we need to create like a legal framework that resolves that conflict. And I think in the AI Act, these provisions that allow that allow companies to collect sensitive data for the purpose of monitoring discrimination, those provisions are extremely important. And the last thing I want to say is that artificial intelligence, I think, has been surrounded by very confusing narratives in the media. Every time I guess the same happened to you, every time you open a news article about artificial intelligence, you start reading and thinking, okay, this is confusing people even more. So we are creating a training program. So I will have later some leaflets about our training program. We are trying, I think we and other organizations are trying to train professionals on HR and professionals in computing and lawyers and people on artificial intelligence. I think training is necessary here.
Yeah, thank you. It's really, I think that training and education are really the key point. Yes, we have just a few minutes. So I will ask, since we're talking about bias, I will go back to Julia, and I will ask her, I mean, what are you doing in use cases really, to tackle the educational and the awareness problem?
So, for instance, we are starting doing workshops, for instance, regarding the use case of recruitment, so as to understand what kind of biases can come up looking at people's CV. So making, understanding, looking at CVs, what kind of biases a human can have. All of us, even us, in our society, women can have biases of many kinds toward people from different cultural background, ethnicity, whatever. So every one of us has to work on their own biases, and then understand how the machine can replicate and make them even more exponential. So how we should design which data we have and how to avoid biases. It's easier on the recruitment side, recruitment use case, actually, to do that. So for instance, now we are arranging even public meetings, even in festivals, for instance, in the city where I come from, in Bologna, Italy, because we want to share with the public what does it mean, algorithm discrimination, and how it can be applied. Because as I said before, people are not aware of that. So we want to simulate cases and make people be part of it and understand what does it mean, including the general public. Otherwise, just explaining, understanding, but we have no public debate in Italy. I don't know in Spain or in your countries, but we don't have it, even among policymakers. And so what we are tackling, even talking with public institutions, especially municipalities, understanding the biases from data, because then the data set are used. And even, for example, of cases with smart cities, digital twins, the institutions have a responsibility in that. So I also want to rename the issue of training. We need to have training for AI developers. Why not? I mean, they should be trained as we should be trained against our, biases. So they should be trained about their what is discrimination, as Joanna was saying, and we should have obligations for deployers to check. That's very important. And one last thing I want to mention is the governance of the process. I mean, communities, people that can be discriminated, and in general, transparency and the governance of the process. We need to know what's happening, how they're doing, and what we have, what has been automated. Because we have to decide whether we want every process to be automated or not. So these are the key issues: transparency, training, and governance, because it should not be something that we not control. One of the things we are, gathering is that should not be taken away the accountability and the human responsibility of this. Otherwise, we're just losing the point of why we are developing it, for what purpose, what we are achieving. That's something that we should be talking about as a community, not just having technical community going on without sharing what's the purpose of all of this.
Thank you. I think that raising awareness is a very, very important point. I will go back 1 second to Adolfo and to Françoise to ask them what they're doing. Let's say you just have 1.5 minutes each, so you can decide. If you can tell us what you're doing about training within your ecosystem about this topic of trustworthy, fairness, and inclusive AI.
Yeah. Okay, from our perspective, I mean, the biggest challenge in diversity and fairness comes when you grow up and scale. I mean, the industrialization of AI is where the problems lay. I mean, when you are still in MVP and you have a limited number of cases and the prototypes, they can be managed one way or the other. You can even use simple control sheets and everything works to some extent. I mean, you have a limited group, they are very much interconnected, things work. But when you start to grow up is when, I mean, the deviations or most of the deviations over the original purpose happen. In fact, according to the experience that over 60 companies working for Digitalis have, that is, thousands, actually, of Gen AI projects, some of them done internally, some of them done for others. The main reasons why Gen AI or even an AI system meet their doom, to put it that way dramatically, are 6. First is the lack of technical expertise. I mean, this is something that happened. Then you have the rushed development. Sometimes, I mean, you work very fast. Of course, you have also the improper quality that sometimes comes from simply not having an external reviewer or tester. Of course, there is the use of AI out of their original purpose. I mean, you design it for something, but you change your mind or whatever, and you change the way it's used. Of course, there is the improper combination of data, or even the excess of data. Sometimes the quality is actually the problem. The quantity is actually the problem, not the quality itself. And more importantly, the reluctance to raise concern. That's one of the reasons why you need to foster dissent and diversity in organizations, and that's especially true for Gen AI Task Force. So all these 6 factors that I have mentioned are present one way or the other in MVPs or small prototypes, but they are still manageable. The problem is when it scales up within the organization, they become unmanageable, and we have seen that in many cases. In fact, there is the famous case of an internet giant that by 2015 had to stop the development of the HR selecting system because of biases introduced by data sets and also by the lack of or the relentless monitoring. And that was a very dramatic case. So, I mean, we are finding that about 90% of the companies have problems when they are scaling their prototypes because of these 6 factors and because that usually renders to these kind of problems. And that is really sad because, I mean, it is in scaling where the big benefits of AI are reaped. I mean, prototype are usually a small return on investment, but when you scale is when you get the return on investment by threefold.
Yes, scaling is really one of the big challenges in AI. We also saw it yesterday with the generative AI startup. Françoise, how about the French ecosystem?
Well, everything which was said before, of course, completely applies. The importance of data governance that you were mentioning, both of you, right? And you, Joanna, I recognize you, and your taste for statistics, right? Statistics is a lost capacity, basically, unfortunately. There is also this idea of training, of course, but I would go more like we need to raise the level of all our members in our ecosystem, basically. We think that when companies come together, each of them, they bring their knowledge, and everybody is going to profit and grow, basically. So the question is really, how do we grow our companies? How do we make them be more efficient? And to be more concrete, I will talk about a very concrete example. We have a working group of bankers. Bankers, very bad reputation, of course, but very good people when you know them. They've been working for now a couple of years on the risk analysis and how it's going to be like when there is the AI Act in practice. So what we said, risk, they know, it's their business, right? Regulation, they know, it's their business. But now it's another layer of regulation, and they want to know what is going to happen. So we've been working with them on this precise idea that AI is not just something which happens. It has to be designed, it has to be developed, it has to be put into production and followed up when it is in production. So this entire life cycle of a project in AI, you need to go through all the elements, and there is this devil and the dirty details, and the problem is really to go into the details of this thing. Bias, of course there is bias, but bias that do not happen once in the data. Then it sneaks out into the way the thing was trained, and maybe you could have trained it a little bit different, etc. So we are basically tracking all the risk that we can have at every single point, and then, and I think this is very important, we say we can do all this thing by hand, and it will be hopeless scaling, right? So we say the real problem is thinking of a system globally. It's something which goes from the very beginning to when it's living with the people, and we don't even know it, we don't even notice, and trying to operationalize that, right? Ugly word, but how can we put in place tools at every single steps that will be used by all the people in charge, the DPO, the guys in charge of the protection of data, the data scientists, the people on the field, the people in the computer room where the thing is running. All the tools must be there so that we can track everything and make it efficient. To do that, so we are working with the bankers, and we produce documents at the end, because our strong belief is that the experience of this body of companies, which are very specific but who know very well risk and regulation, can be of help to the other companies, and we call that the commons. We think that it's important for an ecosystem to build commons, that is to say the global knowledge of all the members, so that they can really share everything and put up to the others, so they can comment. We did something, of course, on generative AI. We had 130 people working to produce this document. And I think this idea of common is something that needs to be developed, because we need a body of knowledge. And this knowledge for companies is not the knowledge like it's understood in university, right? In university, you have papers published. This is your common, so to speak. In companies, they don't have that. And usually, the philosophy of company is more like competing instead of sharing. I think this is changing with AI.
Yeah, I think that the governance of AI, I mean, it's now that they will approve the AI Act, and now we will start talking about, you already started actually talking about the governance of AI, and this is really applying and affecting the industry, so this is a very important part. And also, it's very nice that you mentioned the AI is a sort of common, because also Viola yesterday in his speech, he also mentioned it, so I think that it's a very good topic, this one, thanks. I will go back to Frederick, and it's also, I mean, our last part of the panel, and I think that we talked a lot here about awareness and then training, but one of the key points is really education. So I really want to ask you if you can give us your view about, I mean, what we should do in Europe in education about AI.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I mean,
and you have a few minutes only. Thanks.
Yes. So I mean, yes, education I do think is key. So actually, I mean, sometimes I'm being asked, so what do I see as the biggest risk of AI? And actually, my usual answer is I see that the biggest risk is that the technology will only benefit the few, and that we will not get everyone getting the benefits. And I think in order to make sure that we have an inclusive and use of the technology and the benefits of the technology reaches as many people as possible, I think education is really key. And actually, I've been quite involved in this kind of digitalization in school, and the concept which we have been promoting, and actually I think it's quite common around the globe, is computational thinking. So basically, what are the skills that you need in order to use computation as part of your problem solving? So that knowing how to work with data, so I mean, for example, how should you interpret data? How should you use computational processes to support your decision making? And of course, AI is very much involved there. So I think computational thinking is kind of the key competence, but I think we also need to broaden the education. So today, AI is mainly taught in the kind of, say, computer science, technical subjects and so on, but we really need to make sure that all the different subjects include AI, but of course not the more technical part, but rather how do AI influence or change your profession or your subject? Because we see that AI today is also being used as a methodology to accelerate research in more and more topics. So it's not only the professions, but also the research itself is being changed by AI. So I really think it's key that everyone, we also need to raise this kind of AI awareness in the general population. We need to make sure that this kind of computational thinking and the influence on AI on our society and how to actively deal with that. I mean, not be a passive user, but be a critical actor in all levels of education, and to make sure that the appropriate AI content is also broadened into other education programs. And actually in Sweden I lead a program called VASP Ed, which we're working with educational development at the national level between all the universities in order to address some of these challenges, which I think is really, really crucial for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that this is really, I mean, a very important message that we can give to, I mean, to the audience today. And is really probably there is a need for a European AI CV, because I think that if you think about the next generation, now we're talking about the AI Act and how to bring AI into SMEs and then into society. But if I think about the next generation, and there will be other technologies in the future, we should really create a sort of common culture in AI in Europe. And I think that what the Finnish started a few years ago with the course Elements of AI, that then they translated into the all European language, it was really a fantastic starting point to create this European culture around AI, and this could be really, I mean, the trustworthy AI, that it's the core of the European vision of AI. So our time is finished, so I really want to thank all our guests because they gave us fantastic insight each in their area. So really thank you for joining us and thank you for sharing your experience. And thank you to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I know. Thank you very much. I mean, this was a very, very interesting panel. I learned quite a lot of things myself, and it was a pleasure to listen to the panelists, because those people are actually doing it. They are protecting us. They are ensuring that inclusiveness and fairness, it is actually a thing. I'd like to pick up on the point made about the mindset change. It was something that came across the panels yesterday. It was something that was discussed by some of the startup entrepreneurs that we had on the panels in the morning, that we need a mindset change around this type of technologies. And this panel has has made the point of the education, but not just education, it's awareness. If you're not aware of what discrimination is, if you don't feel it and you don't live it and you haven't been discriminated before and you don't understand what bias might look like, you're not going to find it in any AI. And definitely if you are defining, designing, co-designing, and being part of the development of these technologies and you don't understand what might be a feminist approach to data, sounds like scary and difficult. Actually, it's not. There are tools out there, and it's about making people aware of those and making think about what type of data they are producing, what type of data they are handling. Things are not going to change. These type of measures are not going to work. So, but that is an interesting point. Computational thinking, I love that one as well. So now Slido, we have the results of the answers to the question, which are the areas where the risk of AI-induced discrimination is especially high? And you've answered gender insurance, elections and democracy, healthcare, law enforcement, employment. Gender, very interesting. Take that with you. I think it's a very, very interesting collective answer. Thank you so much. Now we have the following panel, but first, another question. We have another question for you in Slido. Okay, and this time the question is, can you please put the QR code with the Slido question? And now the question is, oh my God, I feel like I'm in a TV show or something. Yesterday, Commissioner Breton announced the launch of a dedicated AI pact webpage. Will you join this initiative to early implement some of the future requirements of the AI Act? And perhaps to answer to this question, you need to go to the actual website, just Google it. Yeah, AI Pact. It was launched yesterday. Before you answer yes or no, because actually this is one of those black and white questions that you need to be informed before you actually respond to that. And now, without further ado, I'd like to introduce the moderator of the next panel, and Gru Hasselbach, senior expert in AI ethics, member of the AIMDutch.eu initiative. Please welcome to stage. And she's going to be talking about the implementing the AI Act in practice. Thank you.
I wonder, can you hear me? Yes, you can. So welcome everyone to this panel. I'm really excited about this. I am Gry Hasselbalch, senior expert of the International Outreach for a Human-Centric Approach to AI project. It's a very large EU foreign policy instrument project that was set in place a few years ago to help and support the Commission in promoting this EU approach to trustworthy AI worldwide. So again, as I said, I'm really thrilled to be the moderator of this panel, which is probably one of the most important topics at the moment. We reached this moment where we are finally talking about the implementation of the AI Act. And of course, the last couple of days, and also generally, we're talking about the negotiation of the text, the words of the act, the final negotiation of this. But right now, what we're going to do is to do something else. We're going to finally talk a little bit more about the details on how are we going to do this? How are we going to make this EU approach to trustworthy AI a reality in practice? And to help me do this, I would like to invite my esteemed panelists onto the stage. And I have with me today various very unique perspectives from different angles. Huub Jansen from the Dutch Authority on Digital Infrastructure. Please come to the stage and sit. And Emilia Tantar, from the head of delegation for Luxembourg on AI standardization. Ursula Packel, Deputy Director General from the European Consumer Organization, BEUC. And Killian Ross, I don't see where he's coming from Head of AI Policy Development and Coordination Unit, DG Connect. You're difficult to miss, but I did manage to. Corina Schulze, Director of EU Government Affairs from SAP. And finally, Manuel Marina Breise, CEO and cardiologist and co-founder of Eindhoven. Thank you. So let's think a little bit at the moment now when we're standing here at the edge of the finalization of the AI Act. It's of course, I think it's really crucial that we, for a moment, lift our eyes from these words, these texts, these very specific details of the AI Act, and think for a moment about the conditions that we have to set in place to actually have companies and organizations that will have to deal with this to actually be able to not only comply with this law, but actually also to be able to practice and embody the values and the vision of this AI Act. The safeguarding of fundamental rights, the safeguarding of our democratic values, for example. And so there's several initiatives put in place, and we're going to that are already starting right now, and we're going to talk about them today. There are, for example, the AI standardization initiatives. We have regulatory sandboxes, the supervisory activities, and just to give a little overview of this is, of course, we've heard some few things about them these days. But of course, AI standardization, we have to set it in place to ensure interoperability between systems, to ensure the technical implementation of the law. And when we think about AI regulatory sandboxes, of course, these are these more controlled spaces where companies, organizations can test their products and their services to ensure that they also comply. And then in the end, all the supervisory activities, the mechanisms we have to set in place to monitor the market and to ensure that this law is enforced. And we're going to talk a little bit about all of these things. But first, I would like to jump straight into it and ask Killian Gross from the Commission about some of the initiatives that the Commission have been setting in place and how you foresee that these will support this implementation of the AI Act.
Thanks, Gui, and good morning from my side. I'm very pleased to be here and very pleased to discuss this because I think it's indeed key. One thing is to have a nice legislation, which we hopefully will achieve soon. We do our utmost for this. But the other thing is, of course, that this legislation in the end will produce effect in the real world and will really change something and bring its fruits. And therefore, we need a good implementation. And I think it's never too early to think about this. And we from the Commission, we have already invested quite some thought together with the co-legislators and of course the civil society and stakeholders how we could do that, because we cannot just wait and then start this process. You mentioned already a few elements. I may quickly summarize them. We have already launched a standardization request, which I think is a novum. So we normally wait until the legislation is there and then we start, but we know that of course the standardization process takes some years and then there might be a gap. So we started. And this standardization request mainly covers the key requirements for high-risk AI systems and risk management and data management. So there are 10 deliverables. We know, of course, that we may have to adapt them a little bit, or we may have to supplement them once we have the AI Act adopted. But of course, like this, we have already the standardization bodies, CEN and CENELEC, together with the international partners, with the ISOs, are already working on this. That's one strand. The second strand is, what do we do for the companies? So how will we prepare the companies to get ready so that we don't have any disruption, even if we are in an area with a lot of disruption, but we don't want to, of course, have to disruption which is not needed. And here I think what the sandboxes are a key tool which should allow to provide a kind of a protected space, in particular for small companies, for startups, to develop products and to undergo the regulatory scrutiny, because we know that a lot of costs come because companies test products and then they realize afterwards they have not documented that correctly and they have to repeat this exercise. Therefore, we are very grateful for what the Spanish have done, the Spanish government, to start this sandbox project, because it will allow us both help the companies, but as well regulatory learning, so to understand better how this works. We have as well for the companies, we have the testing and experimentation facilities set up where they can test in the real world. We have the digital innovation hubs, and we will have one hub in each country specialized on AI at least. That should be an entry gate. So we try really to set up an ecosystem of support in order to allow small and medium-sized companies in particular not to suffer from the new regulation. And then of course we have the other layer, is the layer of what do we do on the public side, on the side of the authorities. And here we hear a lot from member states that this is an increasing challenge because there is now a bit of digital legislation out there, and you need experts. You need to be on a level playing field with the big tech companies. And there we try to support them with, for instance, a pool of experts, with the council as proposed, and the parliament I think is very favorable, with a union testing facility, and the parliament now even suggests to add an AI office, even to strengthen this enforcement on union level. And last but not least, before I conclude, I think what you heard yesterday about the pact is another very important tool for implementation, because it will allow, of course, voluntary implementation for the like-minded ones who want the early adapters. But there are two benefits. There will be a benefit for the companies because they will not have just a kick-off date, all of a sudden they have to change, but they will grow into these processes and they will adapt. But it will as well allow us and the public side to start the discussion about benchmarks. What is possible? How can we do this in practice? And when we prepare in the future, hopefully then the guidance and the implementing acts, we will benefit from this experience. So I think we want to create here an interactive, open process. And this, of course, should include a civil society. This should not just be a closed shop, but we want, and that's why we opened this page, we want to have an open and transparent process with the different stakeholders involved. So that's perhaps to give the landscape.
That's perfect. That's exactly what we need here in the beginning of the panel. And I'm going to jump straight further into asking Huub Jansen here, building also on what Killian said about authorities and the supervisory activities. So how do you envision that this cooperation, from your point of view, among national competent authorities, how will this actually be, how will this work, you think, practically, and also in relation to the AI board or the AI office at EU level? How do you think this would?
Well, before I go into that, first I would like to bring everybody back to reality. So I'm, at least for the sake of argument, I'm going to be blunt, not diplomatic, and honest. And the things you might think when you read the AI Act, or what you heard explicitly, but mainly implicitly yesterday from people negotiating the AI Act, reality will not be the same. Let me say two major things, and I'll go into it more deeply afterwards. I don't think there is going to be a competent authority in any member state supervising the AI Act, which might look contrasting to everything you've seen and heard, but I'll explain it in a minute. And there are a lot of requirements for high risk in the AI Act, and we're not all going to supervise that. This might sound very strange from a competent authority who is responsible for enforcing the law, so I'll explain it. First of all, I'm a competent authority in the Netherlands responsible for supervising AI, but I'm also the chair of the European Working Group of Competent Authorities on AI. So we discuss about how are we going to organize it, how are we going to implement it. And fortunately, within the working group, there's also the European Commission, ENISA, and UNESCO now as well, since a few months. And the working group is already working on supervising AI since 2020. So we're working already together to help each other and discuss each other, because we're already for years supervising AI under the EIDAS, under the NIS, under the GDPR, under the medical device regulation. So a lot of regulations are already taking AI into account. Still, there's something extra now, the AI Act, and I really do think we need the AI Act. I'm going to criticize a bit, but I really want it to be approved very quickly. No matter what you do with generative AI, like Mary Walker from the US said yesterday, this is only the beginning, so next year we should start discussing the AI 2.0 because things move on. So we really need it, and at the same time, how are we going to implement it? Within the working group, we had a discussion on both sandboxes and the way we're going to organize the supervision on a national level. And you see quite a different landscape shaping it. And especially between the Spanish and the Dutch approach, there's a huge difference. It couldn't be further apart, I think. So let me explain. In general, I think the Spanish have a very government-oriented central approach. If you look at the Dutch approach, it's decentralized and it's market-oriented. So in the Netherlands, we try to look at how are we going to supervise AI. For example, a medical device. If an AI is used within the medical device, you cannot take the AI out of it, check it with the AI regulation and say it's good or not good and put it back again. That doesn't work. You need to look at the impact within the device you're going to use it. And that means that in the Netherlands, we choose, when it comes to the medical device regulation, it's the Inspector for Healthcare that is going to supervise the AI, because it's going to supervise the whole medical device, including the AI. And the crucial point in this is the AI Act talks about intended use. So you always need to check how it's used, how it's intended to use. So it's always the sectoral competent authority that is the only one that's really capable of supervising it within the use. So in the Netherlands, we have chosen that the sectoral competent authorities are the main ones supervising the AI Act and not a central one. And secondly, that we've chosen for a system where there is a secondary line of defense or support. Some competent authorities are supporting the first line of competent authorities on certain subjects like cybersecurity, human rights, data protection, and things like that. But in the end, it's a sectoral approach, which means for companies, if you look at compliance, financial institutions always deal with the financial regulators. So also if they're going to use AI, they still deal with the same regulators. And not for GDPR, another one, and for the AI Act, another one. No, we're going to choose for the same sectoral regulators. So it's very much on how are you going to, oh, I need to, I'm going to. The second thing is, when it comes to regulatory sandboxes, we have a completely different approach. So we're already starting, we already started with regulatory sandboxes, but it's completely different. We don't have a legal framework. We're not going to work with procurement procedures like normally, because the Spanish approach looks a bit like procurement procedures.
Let's try to get into that when we get more into the conversation, okay. Then we can get more, but I would like to have some kind of initial, let's understand the initial things that we're dealing with here in terms of the implementation of the AI Act, and it's a very good starting point to understand the practical challenges that you're dealing with.
But also the fundamental difference in approach. So there's not going to be a landscape.
We'll continue that in the second part of the session. I would really like to move on also to ask Emilia Tantar about, because of course there's the Sensenelec have established this joint technical committee 21 on artificial intelligence, and that is looking at the different types of standardizations that are set in place to meet the requirements of the AI Act. And so how, could you give us a little overview on how you see the work on this ongoing?
Thank you so much for this introduction. So I will detail a little bit on the first pillar, which was mentioned on the scene setting. I will mention also my background. So I am an SME, so I come as a small business standard representative in standardization and as a convener in Sensenelec Joint Technical Committee 21. That's too loud, which is in charge of operational aspects. As mentioned previously, we received in 2022, we received in 2023 even, it was this year, but we already knew what is coming, we received a standardization request. And what differentiates the European standardization landscape from the international landscape is that we are there to support the European legislation. According to the regulation 1025 from 2012, if I remember well, CEN, CENELEC, and ETSI are the only one which can provide European standards that support European legislation. And this is an important point, because we can translate our values into standards, in technical specifications. As we say in Luxembourg, because I come from Luxembourg, and I'm the head of delegation for Luxembourg in standardization, wir willen blijven wat wir zijn. We want to remain as we are at our core, isn't it? So now going to the standardization, how did we manage to advance at European level? We managed to advance on an aspect which is quite critical for industry, which is conformity assessment. When you think about products on the EU market, you think about CE marking. CE marking means certification. Certification is a third-party conformity assessment, third-level conformity assessment. So we need to operationally define how conformity assessment will occur in practice. And for this reason, we started with the support of the European Commission colleagues from DG Connect, and they were instrumental on that, and GRC, Joint Research Center, academia, and we had civil society, and we have consumers, and we have workers, we have ANEC, TUC, and small businesses. This is also a specificity, an inclusiveness specificity of standards in Europe, which is new. So we started in identifying with the 160 experts that I have in the working group to operational aspects, identifying what are the challenges. And I go exactly to the challenge that you mentioned. If we take sector by sector on the already regulated sectors, there is already a process for conformity assessment to be on the market. So what it will be new, we want to understand how it will operationally become practically feasible to apply conformity assessment when AI is a module for a product which is on the market. So for that, we try to understand what are the modules of the conformity assessment on those areas, and how can we interface with them, because we should not forget AI means, in the AI value cycle, means data, and it can raise security concerns, of course. So what we really appreciated, it was the collaboration of the European Commission. As we see now on the standardization request that we received, there are 10 requirements. And the 10 requirements, they make the link with the existing regulation. There is the first requirement, which is risk management. Every product which is on the market needs to handle risk management. Then there is the second requirement, which is on data governance and data management. This is relating with GDPR, Data Act, and Digital Services Act, and so on. So for an SME, that's good news. We see how we can work together with existing regulation. Then the 9th requirement is quality management system, which is, as you know, in medical device and in all other sectorial regulation, the second main point when tackling conformity assessment. And the 10th is conformity assessment. And what we have on top of that, we have all the aspects of trustworthiness, which are relating with our values. And we do not act in isolation. We have, in order to collaborate at the international level, we have the Vienna agreement between CEN and ISO, and we have the Frankfurt agreement between CENELEC and IEC, which are providing standards on artificial intelligence. We have ISO, IEC, Joint Technical Committee 1, Subcommittee 42, you don't need to remember it, but there is a subcommittee joint between ISO and IEC, and we are collaborating with them. And we take whatever is already there. But of course, we keep in mind that when we adopt at the CEN-CENELEC level, we should align with our values. We have adoption without modification and adoption with modification. So now, of course, we adopted 229 ISO IEC 22989. There exists a standard on definition, what an AI system is, what risk is, and so on. But we should keep in mind that we are also waiting for the AI Act to come into force and to adapt that if needed, because the definition, what we identified as a challenge, the definition in the international standards of AI system has small specificities which are not fully aligned with definition in the AI Act, but that can be acted in standards and we can adapt the standards. This is not something that we can't do. Of course, definition of risk, this was a challenge in standardizations. Since many years, we have 3 variants that circulate, so this will be a little bit more difficult to tackle. And we have the European specificity, and this we identified as one of the key aspects that we should handle inside European standards. Because besides the data-related risks and cybersecurity-related risks, we have the trustworthiness-related risks, and geographically there might be an interpretation which is different from the international level where it might be difficult to reach consensus, and I think my time's up.
For now, at least, but it's an interesting, all the practical details and the time aspects of this dynamic landscape where we have a law that is being negotiated, and at the same time we actually have to think of how it's going to be implemented. And then we have the international level that we normally don't have that experience with other kind of products, but in the digital reality, there's the international, there's the regional level. But I would like to go to you, Ursula, and I know that Kilian, he just mentioned the role of civil society, and we also had a conversation yesterday about the role of civil society in the in the negotiation of the AI Act. And how do you feel? My question to you is probably more thinking about, do you think that there is the kind of consumer protection that you would like there to be in this kind of vision of the implementation of the AI Act? And how do you see the role of civil society in terms of the inclusion of creating these rules for AI?
Yeah, thank you very much, Cree, and good morning, everybody. Maybe let me allow to be a bit nostalgic in the beginning of this panel, because I was a member of the high-level group on AI, and there are a few members, I think, on the panel and in this room. And I went back to the guidelines, the ethical guidelines about trustworthy AI, and I found that the group was actually very foresightful, if I can say like that, because at the time we already said that trustworthiness is about all sector and all process throughout the life cycle of AI systems. So finally, we are at the moment where we come to the implementation, and I think that is an aspect which has been a bit overlooked. We've been looking only on the normative side, on the AI Act, but now it's time to look at the application of it, and I think that's very timely, and we should very, very much discuss this. There is a lot of elements of the implementation of the application that require the involvement of civil society. I would like to mention a few, maybe starting with standardization, which is a difficult one from a civil society perspective. First, let me say that the European Commission has taken the decision at the time to go for the new legislative framework approach, which means a product safety approach, which means essential requirements in legislation and then complemented by standards, by technical standards, right? Which means that there is a big focus on the standardization process, the governance of how that standardization process works with Sense and Elec in Europe, etc. So was that a good policy choice? Kilian knows that we are not very happy. It could have been something different. Because the main thing here is that we're not talking about the surface temperature of a toaster, and it's not about burning your fingers, but it's about fundamental rights, it's about society, it's about democracy, and this is all the aspects that we have when we talk about AI. So is the product safety framework a good framework? No, but now we have to make the best out of it, right? We are there. So the first thing is we're talking now not really about technical features, we're talking of socio-technical standards now, so with all these impacts, and if you read the standards, and by the way, standards are copyrighted. The production of standards is a business, they are sold, and they are copyrighted, so they are not open to public. When we started this discussion, I said, okay, let's look at the international standardization work, because the European Commission is a latecomer here. Obviously, there has been a lot of work already done. And then I went to IEEE and whatever you have, and didn't find anything. I only find a few videos where they explained how nice it is that trustworthy AI is dealt with in standardization, but I didn't find anything because everything is copyrighted. In the meantime, they have opened up, at least IEEE has. But just to say, this is the business model we are dealing with, and I don't feel very good when I know that it's, sorry to say, Sense and Elec is mainly composed of businesses and engineers. And they deal with my fundamental rights to privacy, to dignity, to non-discrimination. How is it possible? And how can we improve this process? I mean, this is a huge question. And then let me say something, sorry, Kilian. But it has been in academic literature, what the Commission did, partially, has been called a policy of kicking the can down the road, which means that in the AI Act, when it comes to discrimination, how do we avoid discrimination, right? We have only one requirement, which is in data training and data quality, that says has been done in a way to avoid infringement with discrimination law. That's what we have in the AI Act, right? I don't know what the final version will look like, but I don't think there is another example, transparency, right? Transparency about, you know, how the system is working, and sufficient for example, authorities to understand what is going on and to undertake their tasks. But that means that the standardization bodies have huge responsibility to interpret the AI Act and what it means and to give guidance to the businesses. And we have just heard in the previous panel, there's now a lot of discussion about what is fairness, what is discrimination, where do we get the guidance from? Well, I think it should have been the AI Act that gives a democratically legitimized interpretation to what algorithmic fairness is, what algorithmic non-discrimination is, at least to a deeper level than it has been done. And now we have this AI Sense and Elect work. And what about civil society? Sorry, come to my point. There is not a lot of civil society there. There is a declaration that there should be inclusiveness, which is a part of the strategic standardization approach of the European Commission of last year. But it's very hard to be a civil society and work impactfully on standardization. From a consumer perspective, we have a small sister organization, ANEC. And I can tell you what, in order to cover only a little part of the very different working groups that we have now on AI Act, they rely on philanthropic funding. There is not enough funding that they receive, and it's not a business model as a civil society on standardization that can live on its own. So this is the state in which we are, and it's not a good state. I'm worried about my fundamental rights, to be honest, and that's, I think, an important. And by the way, we're calling for a new governance system for this very specific regulation, which is the backbone of standardization 1025/2012. The Commission is preparing for that, but they are delayed. It's a hugely important thing. If we want to go out with standardization and continue digital law based on that approach, there must be a change. I mean, I just mentioned briefly enforcement, if you allow. That's another important thing. The role of civil society in enforcement, very, very important. Unfortunately, the AI Act came without any consideration of private enforcement. What I mean with that is a right to complain, a right to be represented by an organization if you complain, a right to an injunction by collective means, by collective representation, and most importantly, a right to collective redress. We didn't have that in the AI Act. I know there is a product liability directive, but just to say what is important from our perspective is that there is a EU-wide architecture for enforcement, because we will have a lot of cross-border infringements. And honestly, I don't see how the market surveillance authorities will deal with that. When ChatGPT came out, we wrote to the market surveillance authorities just to say that we said it's not safe, right? It's not a safe product. We had a suicide in Belgium. Imagine your teenager dealing with a manipulative chatbot, and there is no answer. Thank you.
And a lot of interesting questions and challenges to build on in the following conversation, and I'm sure some wants to build on this and respond to this as well. But let me move on to also Corinna Schulz now, because I mean, SAP is a company that will have to deal with the implementation of this act, and you've heard a lot about standardization and regulatory sandboxes, and also the concerns from civil society and everything. So how is your company planning to deal with all of this?
Thank you very much. Yeah, it always takes a second, I think, before it works. Well, first of all, thank you very much to the organizers for having invited me. I think it's a great panel, and I will build a little bit on what I heard already. I wanted to start with Hoop's remarks because I think they really reflect very well the challenge we will have at hand, because you will have similar challenges, you know, on the other side. And I would really argue that we are not in a legal vacuum right now. I mean, we heard a lot about, you know, different legislations that are already applying to AI today. I would like to pick one example, which we've heard a lot about already today, is the GDPR indeed, so the General Data Protection Regulation, which we think really covers also AI and is technology neutral, so it never ever excluded AI. So from our perspective, when it comes to processing personal data, for us, the GDPR is the North Star, right? Also for AI. And actually, this is something that was also confirmed by Commissioner Reinders at a data protection conference this week, that he clearly said to the authorities as well, this is your playground, this is your space. And there is no legal vacuum in that perspective. So coming back to the overall compliance structure, while we certainly wouldn't say that we don't need the AI Act, this is not what we're saying, but we would very much appreciate if going forward it is taken into account that we as companies are already subject to quite a set of regulations where we believe they are already addressing AI. And again, I think Hoop certainly confirmed that, right? That you've been looking in your work at different sectorial legislations as well. So I would be in your camp and to say that when it comes to AI, it is really important that we see where there is already sectorial legislation, and for us going forward, we will have to see how this all comes together, how this all plays together, because we don't have a choice to say, oh, by the way, maybe we're not going to be compliant with XYZ, but we're going to be compliant with the AI Act. This is really critical, and I guess we are going to touch on the AI Pact as well. But I would really argue that we should also use the time before the AI Act comes into force to look at what is the general framework that already applies. And Kama Artigas was speaking about the third way today, that we should have the third way on AI. And I think it's really important that we are looking at to what extent are we already on this third way? Do we already have the path? And how do we bring this all together? And that would be really important, I think, from a company perspective, to ensure that we can be compliant going forward with all the legislation that is already out there, but also the AI Act kicking in at a bit later point in time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And indeed, the AI Pact would be interesting also to see how you deal with that. Manuel, so as a founder of a startup and also dealing with this kind of startup reality, when you have to think about this implementation of the AI Act, so how do you envision working with the AI regulatory sandboxes? Do you see it as an opportunity, a challenge? What do you see practically in that area?
Thank you for that, and a pleasure to be here today. My background, just very fast, is that we have been creating AI. The first time we met the Commission, there was a delegation from the Commission 4 years ago, traveling to Madrid to meet the companies that were doing foundation models and AI in Madrid, and there was just 2 companies. We were one of them with Andrew Sanship, and discussing what the challenge might be in how digitalization and Europe trying to digitize healthcare, what are the needs from a regulatory perspective, right? So we have learned a lot since that day, and we have been operators, and I think that's kind of the perspective that I can bring to the very nice panel that is what we are discussing today, right? So for me, what we have been doing is a foundation model. So you put us on what we are on the AI ad. It's a foundation model that is, of course, high risk because we are diagnosing cardiac diseases that might be killing you in the coming 2 hours, right? So this is high risk for sure. If you are creating a co-pilot or an artificial intelligence that is called software as a medical device that can support doctors diagnosing something that can be killing you in the coming few minutes, this is a high risk. From a data privacy point of view, of course, healthcare data, we all know that highest level of protection all over the world. But you are an SME. We were 3 founders in 2018, so a very small team that has to create the technology, which is a massive challenge, to create a foundation model, to attract the talent, to be able to make it happen, and the AI performing the way a cardiologist is performing and achieving cardiologist level accuracy, very difficult. We started with the R&D in 2014 within a PhD, so very long process in a public research institution, very long process to be able to make the technology works. Then we built the company in 2018, we co-founded the company. You have to create the product. Now it's not just the R&D, you have to create a product, and to market a product means the product is compliant and is able to generate a very good user experience. Cardiologists are happy working with you, doctors are happy working with you, and patients are protected, right? And the next thing, you need to be able to build a team, scale, et cetera, right? So within this process, you have to become a very mature company many years before being so big. You have to act like a public company many years before being public. Why? We have 5 ISO standards, where you were discussing about that. There is less than 200 companies in Spain with 5 ISO standards. We're a full 46 full-time employees with 5 ISO standards, okay? Many companies, they don't have such a level of standardization on cloud security, data privacy, everything that allows you to operate in all the hospitals. We are operating all over Europe and in many countries all over the world. Now we are in more than 30 countries, diagnosing patients from more than 30 countries. So thinking local at the beginning, based in Madrid, we were in a place where Spain is one of the most digitized countries in Europe, which is good to start there, but thinking global since the beginning, right? And now diagnosing patients in 3 countries in Africa, and Indonesia and Australia. So it's very nice the way, the value proposition that you can bring by digitizing the cardiac check process where you are diagnosing diseases that can kill you, right? So with that in mind, how the sandbox fits with that? Well, the success of SMEs and startups and software companies, because what we are doing, trying to do, and I feel I'm a European citizen, so now I'm talking as a European citizen, not as a CEO. We are trying to regulate how software, the new kind of software, can fit into the European market, right? Embracing innovation, supporting the ecosystem and generating work. Now we have 45 full-time employees, we are paying those salaries, so we are generating wealth for Europe, right? But the key thing is, you need to be able to create value with the software you are building. And the sandbox can allow you to create the beta versions. Spain was the first one releasing the first AI sandbox, but it's quite, I think it's a very nice thing, but it's more on the protection point of view. If we think on the next version of the sandbox, if I have kind of a vision on what this might look like, for me it's a European one. It's not a local one, and there is many challenges to do so. Many challenges if you are not building a sandbox per country. That's my belief. If you want one, it should be a European one. And to implement that is very, very difficult. There is a lot of challenges to do so. There is complexity. The second one, it needs to allow you to release beta versions. The key success of software, and any technology company that has been building software, you can release a beta version in a compliant way, and you can iterate this version, and that's what we are experiencing with all the large language models. There is a new version every few weeks that is being more accurate and increasing the performance of that thing. So for me, this sandbox should allow companies, SMEs, and projects to experiment the performance in a very controlled environment where there is no risk, in our case for patients, but I'm talking about citizens, etc. And if we are able to build that thing, which is quite complex, I think the sandbox has an edge. And who is going to maintain the sandbox? What's the budget? You need the technical profiles doing so, how you control that the sandbox fits with what is the reality. There's a lot of complexity, but I see what it might look like probably.
Okay, thank you. So Killian, I want to ask you first because, I mean, we have the AI Act. We've heard about the original values that we were discussing in the AI high-level group many years ago also. And then we have this reality of implementation where we hear there are, you know, both opportunity, but there's also quite some challenges in terms of different national systems, the speed of innovation, the challenges in terms of citizens. Ursula, you're saying you don't feel that that there's the proper protection in the implementation of AI. So I would like to give you the chance to maybe unfold a little bit from the point of view of the Commission.
Well, it's a difficult question to answer in 4 minutes. I think I have maximum.
Well,
I
let's try to make this a little
because
more
there's a lot of
fluid.
things I would like to say. So I will try to focus a little bit. We spoke a lot about standards, and I listened carefully to what Ursula said. But we need as well to bear in mind that this is a huge challenge to prepare legislation in the digital age, because you see now with foundation models, you mentioned it, they are changing at the speed of light. And we have, I think for democratic states, it's a challenge to think about how can we legislate in this digital age so that our legislation keeps pace with what happens there. And the structure we chose was this new legislative framework, in particular with a bit of delegated and implementing acts, so to create a framework where we can act and where we can adapt to existing risks, and where we use standards because it's more dynamic, because the state of the art, to be very clear, changes by the minute. And it would be impossible if we would try to prescribe how accurate, how transparent a model must be now, because there may be much more possible in 1 or 2 years from now, and we would always legislate. We did not want neither to legislate on all potential risks, because we think as a legislator that this comes with a cost, because we want to have AI. We don't regulate against AI. Our starting point is, I think it's very important, we think AI can bring a lot of benefits, not only to our economy, but as well to our society and to the environmental protection. A lot of things will not happen without AI. If Europe misses the train, we will have a huge loss on different fronts. We will not manage climate change, to be very clear. We will not manage economic transformation. There are high stakes. So we can, of course, discuss whether we want to have zero risk, because then we can be extremely burdensome in the procedures, we can even prohibit lots of things. But if you have zero risk, we have zero chances. And the chances to miss it are as well very high. So we need to find a balance. And that what we think is a balance is not to regulate every potential risk, but to create this what we think is, let's say, an aspirational system which can move, which creates a solid framework where we can adapt when we identify new risks with delegated acts to add certain elements, and where with the standardization process, which is an ongoing process, because in this world, we cannot rubber stamp. We will not at one point say, now we are done with the implementation. Now we have all the standards, now we go back, and this will happen, and we do our workshop here once a year, and then we see how it works. No, it will be always ongoing. This is a moving target. And we think, that's why we organized together with our Spanish friends this event today. We want to involve civil society, and we want as well to use the AI license, for instance, to consult with stakeholders, to make it more public, because I agree with Ursula. It is a bit novel to go with more, let's say, these most human rights-based issues to standardization organization. This is an innovative approach, but we are not the only ones doing that, because in the future, what we see is that the difference between service and product is disappearing. The classical product, you mentioned the toaster. The toaster is a very nice thing. Standards are as well used for much more risky products like planes or cars, and I think we're very good in Europe at making products safe. We have a lot of experience in making millions of cars safe. But the things are developing, and now these things get more social. They get more into the social interaction. When you see where the benefit is generated in the US, in companies, where now the new economic opportunities lie, this is in the social interaction. So we need to go with time, and I think standardization has as well to develop. I agree with you. Then we have as well to develop our tools. That's correct. It cannot just be an expert forum thing where where engineers sit and discuss how long does a door have to hold back if there's a fire. We need human rights experts there. We need to extend this, but I think there is an opportunity. And this is then for us, therefore, as well, a test case, how we can create a modern legislation in this kind of, as well, co-legislative way. That's why we want to work in the pact with the industry. And to come back to you, what you said, Hoop, we know that member states have different systems and traditions, but we don't think that this is bad by nature, and because we don't want to intervene. If the Netherlands have made very good experiences with a market-based approach, and in Spain the approach might be slightly different, I don't think it would be ideal if Brussels would now say, no, we have the one-fits-all solution, scrap your authorities, we know how, we guide you the way. Why not having a common target, a common benchmark which we need to achieve, and then leave a bit of leeway so that member states can use structures which have worked well, and there is perhaps even a little bit of regulatory competition to see which model works best, because I think we should stop of pretending, and this is of course something the Commission likes very much, that we have the ultimate truth. We don't have it. This is something where we learn a bit together, and where we try to do our best to get better every day, and we should allow a system which enables this.
So a very important point about the AI Act, I think also that this panel is really all about, is to look at the AI Act as not the end of a road, but actually just as a beginning of a process. And I think that's a really important point. Hoop, you were eagerly during some of the other interventions, so I'll ask you, what is it you want to
Well, it was about the regulatory sandboxes.
Okay, yeah.
So in the original proposal from the Commission, there was really regulatory sandboxes. Now there is not really a real regulatory sandbox in it. So within the wording, there's a lot of different ideas, but in my opinion, it's not really a regulatory sandbox anymore. And so it's very good to understand what are we talking about when it's about sandboxing. So in Spain, it looks more like a way to do conformity assessment. But conformity assessment is not the goal of the regulatory sandbox. It should be the assessment bodies, notifying bodies that are going to do the assessment, or its self-assessment. So in my opinion, regulatory sandboxes is just a way to help where there is uncertainty in how are we going to implement the Act, especially relating the different legislations. So in the Netherlands, we're going to use it mainly for questions from any company, not just SMEs, but any company that says, I've got different legislations, how are competent authorities going to work with it? So in our group organizing the regulatory sandboxes, there are all the different competent authorities that have to deal with themselves, among themselves, to come up with an answer to help the administration. And it's not a procurement. Every day, everybody can send their questions, and we're going to try to answer them as soon as possible. So that's quite a different kind of approach. That's what I want to say, that under the name of regulatory sandboxes, there are a very big difference. But I totally agree, Kilian, with what you said. It's okay that different member states have different approaches, and that we can see what works best and learn from each other, and that's the only way forward.
Great. Thank you, Hoop. A very good point about the very practical implementation of this and the different systems, how they're going to collaborate and cooperate. Emilia, there was a little bit of a concern, and I'm going to mix up two questions. One is the relation of the standards work here in Europe in relation to the international standardizations work, and then also I wanted to pick up regarding what Ursula said in terms of the composition and who's actually developing and setting the standards, because these two things are of course interrelated. You have a European set of stakeholders and groups, and you have international stakeholders, and you have different interests also in this. So could you elaborate maybe on this? What are your thoughts on this?
Thank you so much. This is a really important question on the functioning of standardization process. And that boils down to the inclusiveness of the standardization process. Thanks to the Danish secretariat that we have in GTC 21 in Senelec, I was able, as a representative from an SME, to take a convenership for a working group which has 160 members, and as we know, we do that on a voluntary basis. So we have a small support from Small Business Standards, but basically it's a voluntary work. And then when I just go to the day-to-day life on the convenership, we have a heterogeneous group, 160 experts. How many of those are representing the civil society? How many of those are representing consumers? Because, you know, the standardization process is based on consensus. So you need to have as many votes as possible from the room, isn't it, in order to reach a conclusion and to support your ideas. And this was, at the beginning, it was a learning process. The colleagues here can tell more on that. That was a complex learning process because I come from research. And in research, you have an idea, you pass through a peer review, and then you address those concerns, and then you publish or not if it doesn't pass the review. But in standardization, you need to support your idea every session. So that requires quite a huge amount of time. I really agree with Ursula. And how many of those voices? We have free, annex-free organization, and we have representatives from small businesses, and we have representatives, some others in this 160, a small pool. So how do we ensure also, for example, that the academic relevance is not only the best practice which appears in industry is translated into standards? How do we ensure that, for example, people coming from academia, they have the same vocabulary so that we speak the same language? And thanks again to the dynamics we had in the group, we managed to create a small group on inclusiveness. What does it mean, inclusiveness? We do not need a group for consumers. In Europe, we have these values aligned. Consumers, workers, small businesses, and all in big businesses, we work hand in hand. For small businesses, it's even straightforward because you have 1 or 2 clients, or maybe 10. Manuel will know more on that also. And then you could not align with the values. Now, going a little bit back, this is how we handle the process. At European level, we managed to create this unique group, and we hope this will go further at a higher level at Senelec. That's how the process functions in standardization. Then let's go in the operationality of the standards in practice. For SMEs, because I'm representing small businesses, what is the frame to the market is the cost of compliance. And the cost of compliance boils down to put in place a process which is trustworthy, which has all the testing in place. And how can we ask, for example, in small business standards, we have 4 to 5 million small businesses. How can we ask somebody which makes tattoos to put in place a testing process for its usage of AI for image, or whatever images he's using, because he has no knowledge of that. He comes from a creative industry, isn't it? So the importance of regulatory sandboxes is to provide the elements of compliance. The elements of compliance are verification, validation, testing. So we need, for example, we need standards we don't have yet. We have standards which are ongoing on testing, but we really need them to be finalized and to be tested in these regulatory sandboxes. How testing is performed, and we need also to learn from audit processes how audit is performed for AI. For example, if we take, we just suppose we are in 2025, AI Act is in place, and we want to apply the standards. We have now more than 22 published standards. Which standards we should apply? So I think the role of the regulatory sandbox, because this is, of course, my opinion, my own opinion, is my own perspective, is to support small businesses, and not only all the actors, to align what testing is needed, and not only for the sectors which are regulated, CVs, access to education. These are sectors which are not regulated. There is some external regulation to AI that can be applied, but as an SME, we will not know which one is that. And from the 22 standards, which one should we apply? So we expect that this will be handled inside these regulatory sandboxes, not only for the industries that they already have some idea.
So all of these things are interconnected. We have the AI standards, we have the regulatory sandboxes, and of course we have the perspectives of different stakeholders. Of course, I'm going again to you, Ursula, to maybe because what I can see, maybe you are thinking about the same things. I'm thinking, so where is the civil society in these kind of, both in the development of regulatory sandboxes, but also in the standardization environment, and maybe you want to respond a little bit to what was said now.
Yeah, maybe I can just interact. Also, in relation to Kilian, what you said, I think, of course, I mean, it's comprehensible, right? We're all searching for regulatory frameworks that can live up to the development and the speed of digitalization. So this is an obvious thing. The Commission has made a choice. I think that the GDPR kind of type of framework would probably have been better because, for example, there is much more in terms of protection by design. There is a whole list of things that have to be done, operational processes, etc., are explained there. So the legislator has explained and has said what is the standard, and not private standardization bodies, just as an example. But anyway, I think it is absolutely appreciated that this is a very difficult choice. My criticism here is also more about, then we need in parallel to make sure that the governance structures that we choose, standardization process, live up to the necessity of doing things differently, because it's a total different discussion, but it's about fundamental rights and how they are protected and how civil society is involved. And I mean, we heard that there is an inclusiveness working group. I think this is a first step, but what does it lead to? I know from my sister organizations representatives, as I said, they can only, in all the, I think, 11 work streams, I think they can cover 3 or 4. That's the maximum they can afford, because you need an expert all the time, going to meetings all the time. It's just not really done. I don't know how these questions that are so important for civil society, for our fundamental rights of discrimination, of dignity, of human oversight, of privacy, of data protection, how they will really be taken care of. That is a bit scaring, I find. Let me also say to Corinna, because of course it's a logical argument to say there is a lot of legislation out there already, but there are also a lot of questions when it comes to that. I know best from consumer protection law, you have an obligation basically, or you have a prohibition against unfair commercial practices, so much could be enforced, but the authorities, they have not the level of detail to apply that in a legally secure way when it comes to AI and algorithms. So this is a problem. We need to be more specific in legislation. The same goes for GDPR. If you want to exercise your right to erasure of data, we have seen it with ChatGPT. Nobody knows how to do that. So we need more concrete legislation. And let me say one last point maybe. What I think is really also very important for civil society, but very underdeveloped, is the question of, with these new regulatory models of due diligence, compliance, certification, conformity assessment, how can you have, as a civil society organization, access to the relevant information? If I have a problem, something went wrong, there is damage to people, to consumers, how can I have access to prove that there is a problem? And this is not really very promising, what we see currently. There is no specific regulations with regard to that. For example, the impact assessments, if we will ever have them, fundamental rights impact assessments, will they be disclosed? And then who has the burden of proof? We know that the standards, for example, the technical harmonized standards that the Commission mandates, they give businesses who use them a presumption of conformity. And that's why they are attractive to the businesses, right? And that is very, very important. But how do you then counter that presumption of conformity if a consumer has suffered damage and you have to go into litigation? This is not very much discussed, and it should be much more discussed, the burden of the reversal of the burden of proof. It sounds very technical, but for people in practical lives, it will be hugely important. Thank you.
Thank you, Ursula. And Corinna, I would like to ask you maybe a little bit optimistic question about the AI Act and also in general about the regulatory sandboxes and everything. How can that support innovation in companies like yours, like those principles and tackling those risks and things that we're talking about right now?
Happy to answer that question. Just quickly on
Yes,
Ursula's
please,
point,
also,
if I may.
yes.
I actually agree with you, you know, that there are still a lot of questions that are open. And I have to confess that I remember that in Italy, ChatGPT, the use of ChatGPT was blocked or banned for, I think, around a month by the Italian data protection authority, Garante, who was looking into how did they collect the data, what kind of data, and so on. And I have to confess that I did not follow up on what was their findings, because we then learned that it was again allowed to be used, right? So and so I totally agree with you that there are a lot of open questions, and we have to follow through, absolutely. But the question is always where exactly, you know, and we had during the last couple of weeks often the debate about, is the AI Act the one legislation to bind them all? And I would say no. And we should really look where we can solve the problems, right? But it doesn't mean that, you know, we should say, oh, the GDPR, it's on the table and or we have adopted it like, you know, years ago. And this should also be developed. The thinking around that should also be developed. Absolutely agree with that. Now coming to the sandboxes. We have decided we would like to partner with the Spanish government on a sandbox here, and we are looking into HR matters because we absolutely agree that this is a high-risk category. I think we've all heard the arguments today why this should be. The benefit we see there is to really look at you know, where are the risks, to go into the nitty-gritty and look so sort of compare notes, you know, where we see the critical risk, but also, you know, it's not all black and white. There is use of AI in HR where you would absolutely say, there has to be human oversight, there has to be a control. I mean, we heard, you know, for the application processes, CVs and so on, absolutely. But then there are other shades, if you will, in education, you know, so HR is also about education. So you could also think about an algorithm which is sort of sending recommendations for certain training material, you know. I mean, we are supposed as employees to always, you know, continue our journey on lifelong learning. So you could get recommendations on maybe this training course would fit with your profile and so on. And there is the question: is that truly high risk? So this is our key interest in the sandbox, and this is where we actually agree with having that approach to look at the more societal challenges as well. And I would again also argue that HR use of AI in an HR context is a societal challenge indeed, and there clearly we see the benefit. But having said that, it was also something that was mentioned on the panels yesterday, that when it comes to, you know, you have an invention, you have a new product or service, and you want to bring this to the market because time to market is really, really important, you know, then obviously one has to see if the sandboxes leave for sufficient time in this really competitive space, but that's yet another question. Thank you.
And Manuel, you are nodding, and I wanted to ask you about the kind of the environment for building synergies and working together with other startups and everything on regulatory sandboxes, not only, but standardization and this, to be able to actually deal with this implementation of the Act.
I fully agree with Corinna, and I think it was the way she was explaining that was perfect. For me, and I'm going to start deep level, and I'm going to answer. I think we, at the team at Eindhoven, we feel grateful. Why? Because there is no way back. We published 2 papers last year where we are demonstrating reduction of false diagnosis by 98%. When you are building a new software that is able to reduce false positive diagnosis of a cardiac disease, reduction of 98%, there is no way back. Even if we are not successful, and we hope we will as a company, but this knowledge will remain forever. And scientists are going to be building on top of that forever. This is the beauty of generating knowledge and generating new science and evidence, right? So this is what AI is going to be doing little by little. Now there are hundreds of papers being published in the highest impact factor journals in science all over the world. Very smart teams doing so. And this knowledge that this is feasible and this is feasible, and you can reach cardiologist level in some very repetitive tasks that cardiologists are doing, not in everything, but in some repetitive tasks where doctors are not adding so much value, right? The reading of the EKG, our task is 1 million hours a day of healthcare professional, okay? We are building a co-pilot to try to support 1 million hours a day of healthcare professionals. Very expensive task that is repetitive, that is done mainly by humans today, and that is very expensive for every single healthcare system in the world, okay? And today, we were talking about planes. Nobody here wants, in a commercial plane, nobody wants to take off without Copilot. None of us, I'm sure of that, right? The ones that were traveling, you have a Copilot for takeoff and for land, and we are all happy. This is a software that is supporting us to be safer, right? If those AIs are able to demonstrate that little by little in a very humble, concrete, scientific way, there is no way back, for sure, right? And those papers are being published on a daily basis with hundreds of patients and thousands of patients. So that's the reality, and no matter how innovation goes, this will happen, and there is no way back, for sure. How this AI Act and all the different partners trying to understand each other, because that's the complexity. Here what we have is a multidisciplinary team. And the difficult part of a multidisciplinary team is how do we talk the same language? Because it's very nice to say multidisciplinary teams in every single company, but if you talk to engineers, you have to understand what's the engineer telling to you. And you talk to doctors, it's completely different. And if you talk to lawyers, it's completely different. And if you talk to citizens, and multidisciplinary teams are, let's try to understand all the perspective, and let's try to embrace that, and try to figure out what the best option is. That's for me, what we are trying to do here. For me, the consequence of doing that well, what we are trying to do here, is that we are going to allow innovation, that we are going to allow knowledge, and that's why humanity is here today, because we have promoted knowledge for the generations to come, and we are going to allow technologies that are generating efficiencies. The healthcare system is almost broken in every single city in the world. It's broken. It doesn't scale. We're getting older, more cardiovascular disease is unsustainable from a tax-paying that point of view, and that's why many private institutions in healthcare system are growing, right? And the example is, for example, in the US, we know what is happening with the US and Medicare, Medicaid, everything, right? So if technology is gonna allow that to improve the same way other technologies have already done, like a cardiac MRI, or a brain MRI. There is not a single oncologist in the world that wants to treat a brain tumor without the image of the brain tumor, right? And this was engineers building technology that allows you to see the brain, right? And X-rays and whatever, right? And the EKG, what we're doing. So now it's a new technology that will support those use cases in different markets, not just in healthcare, but I just know about healthcare. And there is not going to be way back. And that's what we have to regulate in a very careful way to just see the nice part of the story, which is we are reducing waiting lists from 4 months to less than 5 minutes. That's a live project that we have with women with breast cancer. If you have a cancer and your waiting list average time is 4 months, you are quite worried. If you can reduce that to less than 5 minutes, The patient is happy. She is okay sharing the data if you have the right agreements, data privacy agreements. You are a data processor. The patient is the data owner. The hospital is the data controller. Everything works because you are reducing a diagnosis from 4 months average time to less than 5 minutes, 4.3 minutes average time. And everybody's happy. The doctor is happy. The hospital is happy. The CFO at the hospital is happy because it's 2 appointments, 3 appointments instead of real-time diagnosis. And the patient, of course, is happy. And the family of members of the patients, they are happy. You are increasing the odds of being alive, which that's the kind of efficiencies and the nice part of what we are doing also. Not just the bad side of the AI that is, of course, needs to be protecting citizens.
Well, thank you for those insights, Emmanuel. We don't have much time left, but I would really like to go through, because of course this panel is the panel where we're trying to be practical and constructive about how we're going to go about implementing this framework for creating an ecosystem, and not only but building on an ecosystem in the EU that is based on something that we probably all agree on, that we want to have technologies that are trustworthy and that somehow protect citizens, but at the same time also ensure that we have the kind of innovation that maybe also, even if we want to compete with the rest of the world, we need to have a certain kind of level of innovation here, but of course we can compete on trustworthiness. So if I would like to ask all of you here at the very end, I'm sorry, is there an echo? Yeah. Is that better? Okay. I would like to ask all of you here at the end, and I'm going to be mean and ask you first, Hoop, because you're sitting next to me, so you don't have time to think about it. Okay. But if you had to come up, based on this conversation, on one practical advice in terms of the implementation from your point, because we're talking about multidisciplinarity and working together across different fields and different sectors, and including all the different stakeholders in this, then, if you had one practical advice, and I'm going to ask all of you to one sector, one stakeholder that has to deal with this, what would you, from your expertise and your, one advice, quick, and I'm saying 1 to 2 sentences to all of you.
Something that has been said yesterday quite a lot of times is collaboration. So also between competent authorities and organizations that need to comply, like the businesses, because it's not that from one day and the other, companies are able to comply or not comply. That's something, and like standardization, that's a process, and it will continue even after this AI Act is finished. So we're all in the process, and we're all learning. So collaborating even between normal fractions that are more opposite each other still need to collaborate here.
Thank you. It was a little bit more than 2 sentences, but so now I'm putting a pressure on all of you.
I would tackle the standardization and, of course, the SME perspective. From the standardization perspective, I think we need more inclusiveness. So we need the elements of support. We have HS Booster, we have Stand ICT. So there are already elements which do not exist otherwise in other parts of the world. So we have that. If that can be reinforced, I think that will be essential, because we need social sciences, we need anthropologists. We have the evolution of the large language models, which is new, which is not purely technical. It comes from linguistics, and it comes from semantics and anthropology and other disciplines. That's part of standardization, more than 1 sentence. The other part of the SMEs is concrete elements, testing, experimentation facilities, which are neutral. And of course, it would be great to have only one, and we will learn, of course, from the Spanish one, but localization is also important. The SMEs, they can't travel that much in order to learn, in order to improve their processes. So having, like the examples of the TEFs, which will become more permanent, because once the solutions are on the market, they still need to be tested. We still need to have the post-market analysis. So having a continuity of the TEFs, and we are eagerly looking at that, having concrete processes which will emerge from that, having governance. We do not expect that all SMEs will have their own governance, AI governance. We are aligned with having one concept of governance, and we trust that the EU approach is the right one.
And now we have to be really quick, because we have
really quick.
Yes.
I think it's about operationalization of the participation of civil society. So think about processes, and think about resources. And the same goes for public authorities. We need to have public authorities that can live up to the challenges, and that means resources, and political will. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have this big challenge that on the one hand side, we want to be very fast with the entry into application of the AI Act. And on the other side, we want to be well prepared not to create disruption. So I think what is really key is to find a methodology that we gain experience very fast and that we manage to exchange this knowledge with the operators, but as well with the companies, with the civil society and with the authorities.
Thank you. Corina.
Thank you. I would also have the wish for collaboration also then to ensure better compliance, so collaboration in the wider sense, but please let's make sure that we're not going to write something in hard law, and we're going to be the only ones having hard law, where we can't go back and where it's really going to impact the industry and innovation. And we didn't have time to talk about foundation models today. Thank you.
And Manuel.
Just a disclosure, not sure if I can advise policymakers. I understand how complex this can be, but one of them is maybe those sandbox might work as a network, doing as beta testings, as Killian was saying, like let's understand the Spanish one, the one from the Netherlands as a beta test, and then we work as a network once we figure out what this European sandbox should be, not at the local level. This is one. And for me, the second one might be, and I'm not sure of that one, is we can learn a lot from software as a medical device regulation. There is already a regulation that has been operating for many years now, and that is regulating AI right now, both in Europe, CE mark, and both in FDA. And there are a lot of learnings there, because those are high-risk softwares where it doesn't matter how many patients or how many citizens they are going to reach. It's not on the size, it's more on the risk approach. That was the previous approach. But FDA and CE mark can be nice readings for anyone.
Thank you for that very practical advice. And with that said, I'm going to just close this panel and say thank you to all of these fantastic panelists with all valid and interesting points. And with that said, thank you, and please don't leave, because I know there's going to be a final presentation here before, not on this panel, but from some artists that you might have seen outside, but I'll leave that to Irene to introduce. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please don't leave, and it's not just about the artist exhibition, it's about lunch. So if you want to have lunch, please stay here a few more minutes. That would be awesome. First, results of the Slido question coming up. And the question was, will you join the AI Pact initiative that was launched yesterday by Commissioner Breton and announced here on the future requirements of the AI Act? And the answer is an 80% yes. Well done. I'd like to see the data underneath the poll, but that is another issue. Now I'd like to welcome on a stage the two artists that have put together the exhibition that you can see upstairs in the cafeteria. These two women are pioneers in the digital art scene. Please welcome to stage to Ida Kvetny, hope I pronounce it properly, Ida, and Diana Velasco. The floor is yours.
Takes a second. Why? Hello. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Irene. And thank you all for inviting us here today. We're very proud to represent the art scene here. We are two artists working, obviously, with AI, co-creating with AI, but also other arts, like augmented reality. You see this fellow right here, represented here at Madrid. A surrealistic, futuristic version, of course. Yeah. We would like to introduce ourselves.
My name is Ida Kvetny, and I'm a visual artist working with new technology, but also classical art form. You can see me here in my studio in Copenhagen. I work with using technology as a tool, but now moved on to using new technology as a co-creating.
And I'm Diana Velasco, working also as a digital artist, but also a curator and doing a lot of exhibitions. We do a lot of things together. This is CryptoPunk Participate. That's more on the Web3 dimension, where we combine the analog and the physical world and participatory things. This is going touring and Pompidou in Malaga if you're around. But today we have 6 works with us here in the exhibition area, just across upstairs. And we will show you some different works.
And we have a blast from the past of Plato and Ada Lovelace, and if you're really fast, you can scan these QR codes and see some of our digital sculptures that is also available to see upstairs, and we can show you how it's done if you come up and talk to us.
Yes, and I brought a work called Digital Twins. Basically, it's a self-portrait that is turned into 50 different twins, but also it's a reflection about face recognition and also more poetic terms. Who could have been if I lived other lives, other conditions, other times. All these people are not existing, but we have made them pixelate just to make a point.
And I'm also showing AI Day, who is a homage to some of these early digital or computer graphics, but we changed the story a little bit, looked about the bias and changed some of these heroes to female heroes, but it's also a homage to cyberfeminism.
And you will also see upstairs the roots. It's actually also a photography turned into from a 2-dimensional photo to a movie, and it's very abstract, and it's referring to algorithmic trees and also the impact environments and so on.
Yes, and now it's moving. Yeah, and we have also the last work. It's called Air, and it's also like taking the temperature of the current state of some of these picture-generated AR models. This is like a snap from what's happening right now. It's very glitchy. Some of the horses don't look exactly like horses, but it's in the end of the day, artist is trying to describing the time we're living it with the tools available.
Yes, so already this is, you wouldn't see these things. The AI is already very refined, so it's interesting to see how old time is like half a year ago. But basically we are, as you can see, very inspired by using co-creating with AI and other digital assets and tools. But we're also, of course, aware of the limitations and some of the impacts. We are very honored to be here representing the arts, and hopefully the art will inspire to think about new processes, creative processes, and not least the human touch.
Yes, so thank you all for letting us into the machine room, and see you upstairs in a bit.
Yes, please come and talk to us, and if you're interested in some of the process, we will be happy to share with you. And now I think it's time for lunch, and also perhaps some soul food. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Diana, thank you. Okay, now let's go for lunch, but I got an announcement to make. Please don't leave. I've always wanted to say this. I've never said this before. Please join me on the garden for the cocktail, and then we'll go to the lunch to the palace, or to the palace for lunch. Anyway, cocktail upstairs. The Secretary of State is going to say a few words. He's going to have a drink with us, and then you can choose between stay networking in the garden or proceed to the palace for a lunch seated. And the hostesses will direct those that want to lunch seated after the secretary speaks. So please join me in the garden for the cocktail. Thank you. Hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I think there's still just a few of us, but we need to get going. People that need to take some flights and, go to the places and all that. It's been a very nice lunch and a very nice break. Great conversations, but we need to keep going. And first thing I'm going to give you is the Slido question. Please, slide on the Slido question. And the question this time, just before the AI for Cybersecurity panel, is what are the new cybersecurity challenges posed by AI technologies? What are the new cybersecurity challenges posed by AI technologies? And you get one word. So if you don't have one word right now, you might have one word after the panel concludes or while the panel is developing. But it would be really useful if you could have the QR code, please, on the screen. Yes, thank you so much. And remember to say something with the hashtag AI Alliance, hashtag AI Alliance, or not. That's your choice. So we have an exciting panel, actually two, to close the day. The first one is on AI for cybersecurity, and the lineup is amazing, and so is the moderator. Please let's welcome on stage Gianluca Misuraka, team leader and senior expert on technology diplomacy, and the person that leads IntouchAI.eu. The floor is yours.
Well, thanks a lot. Thanks, Irene. And well, first of all, let me take the opportunity while all the participants come back here, and also to thank who is online. And there was a bit of delay in the start of this session, but hope you are enjoying the conference. There's the 4th AI Alliance Assembly. We will have now the 2 last sessions that are a bit more technical, but I can assure you will be very exciting. And let me also thank once again the Spanish presidency of the EU Council, and I mean under the leadership of Carmen Artigas for this fantastic event, and the European Commission DG Connect. Also my team and the team of IntouchAI.eu that we had the pleasure to support the organization of this event once again, and hopefully we'll do so in the future. As you have seen, this has been very much focusing on the international aspect of artificial intelligence, and cybersecurity is indeed an area crucial when it comes to artificial intelligence, because this has no border. So let me invite on stage the speakers. We have Monica Adamic from the ENISA cybersecurity, the European Cybersecurity Agency. We have Pilar Torres from that is Managing Director of Eviden. Please. We have Christoph Peilo. Christoph, that is the Chief Cybersecurity Officer of Bosch. Thanks. Adriana Gutierrez Garcia, that is a cybersecurity expert at INCIBE, the National Spanish Cybersecurity Agency. And Mario Fritz from the Helmholtz Center for Information Security, CISPA. So thanks a lot for being here, and this session is really trying to delve into the technicalities and not only the regulatory aspect, but the organizational and technical challenges of AI for cybersecurity, but also how we can use actually AI to counterattack adversarial attack and challenges, because we know that AI can be can be a weapon, or also can be the shield for cybersecurity attack. So we can, let's say, use these technologies if we are bad guys to harm, but on the other side we can also use this technology exactly to protect the citizens, our organizations, our society. And clearly, in a world so complex and interconnected, it is fundamental that we address these challenges. So the European AI Act is actually trying, through the Article 15 and others provisions, to actually set the rules for this. We will go into that. But we can also start discussing, as it was mentioned this morning already and yesterday during the conference, I mean, how we will implement this, what is next, what is coming up, what is needed still, especially in such a complex, as I said, and interconnected world. So with no further ado, let me start with some questions to each of the panelists. And let's start from, I just say Monica, because otherwise I always make a mistake. And so that has strong expertise in cybersecurity and privacy of emerging technology. She's been working on this field for some time now, and she plays a crucial role also in the, let's say, in the AI Act and in the analysis also how cybersecurity can be, from a legislative point of view, actually be setting the standards for safeguarding or prevent actually malevolent use of these technologies. So can you tell us a bit what is your view on this and maybe enlighten us on the current state of play?
Thank you very much. So for those who are very curious how my last name is pronounced, it's Adamczyk. Yes. Anyway, and just one clarification. So yes, I work for ENISA. ENISA is the EU Agency for Cybersecurity. However, ENISA, as the agency, we don't have a mandate for creating the law, but we do support the Commission in the creation, in the development of a policy and then in implementation. And of course, we do provide advice on various cybersecurity aspects, including, of course, on the cybersecurity aspects of the AI Act. So when it comes to providing assurances in the upcoming policy for protection of the AI systems against cyber attacks, against making sure that AI systems are not being used for the nefarious purposes, there are various, of course, measures introduced. And of course, those measures are on a legal level, of course, requirement to use a risk-based approach, which is, of course, an approach that exists in development and assessment on any digital technology. So it should not be to anybody's surprise that this risk-based approach was also introduced in the AI Act. The fact that the policy states that systems must be resilient regarding the errors against faults and inconsistencies, that of course there have to be appropriate measures and security controls to minimize the potential of unauthorized use, of a violation of integrity of the process information, a minimization of a violation of confidentiality. And then, of course, in addition to, let's call them the basic cybersecurity requirements against the basic principle of cybersecurity, which is the confidentiality, integrity, and availability, some additional measures are also proposed in the policy. For example, incident reporting that will be mandatory. This is actually very complementary, for example, to mandatory incident reporting that exists in NIS2 directive or in currently probably the biggest law, which is for the telecommunications sector, which is ECC. So all these are possible measures that anybody who plans on developing and then putting into production operation an AI system, they will have to comply with within the European Union. Other things that would support security of AI systems is use of standards that have been either already developed or are being developed for various cybersecurity aspects. ENISA is working right now with European standards organizations to develop those standards. We provide our knowledge and expertise, but we also right now working in preparation for potential future certification of AI systems. Right now, while we have not received a request from the Commission to create a certification scheme for AI, ENISA is, for example, conducting right now a study which basically is assessing what can be certified when it comes to an AI system. Is it supposed to be just a product? Perhaps a service, maybe a process, something else. We all know about right now an ongoing discussion that in addition to the traditional narrow purpose AI system that were covered by the initial version of the AI Act proposal, everybody right now is having discussions about general purpose AI, large language models, and everybody is trying right now to figure out how to make sure that those types of AI technologies also get included. And of course, last but not least, when it comes to certification, we are also analyzing how to actually carry out possible certification. Could existing certification schemes that ENISA has published, these are actual candidate certification schemes because they were not adopted yet by the Commission, could be also used for providing certification to AI systems. So to summarize, there is a lot of ways that cybersecurity can be tied together with AI systems, and while no expert in cybersecurity will give 100% guarantee that the system is fully protected, because such thing doesn't exist, all these measures should maximize the potential for developing and operating trustworthy, fair, and reliable AI applications and services.
Thanks a lot, Monica. And so, as you are all cybersecurity expert, you know that despite the protocols, things may happen. So I'll go a bit random, so not in order. So let me move to Spain, actually to Adriana, that is working for the Spanish Institute for Cybersecurity. And also, let me acknowledge that, I mean, normally when you have a cybersecurity conference, there are only men and a couple of women. Now here we are, at least we see that there is a balance, and so I'm very happy about that. And so, Adriana, what is actually the role of agencies like INCIBE to really support then the effort to foster cybersecurity in the AI systems in line with the AI Act, of course, and what are the capability needed, the resources needed? Someone this morning mentioned the need of multidisciplinary approaches.
Well, first, thank you for that remark, Gianluca. And thank you for having me and for having INCIBE in this interesting table. For those of you who don't know INCIBE, INCIBE is the Spanish National Cybersecurity Institute. It is an institution dependent on the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Digital Transformation through the State Secretariat of Digitalization and Artificial Intelligence. We are the entity of reference for the development of cybersecurity and digital trust of citizens, academic and research networks, and also for company, including the small enterprises, and especially for the strategic sectors. As we all know, the impact of digitalization with the incorporation of new technologies such as AI, but also 5G, IoT, and other enabling technologies is having an impact on, and this will cause a disruptive context, and this will end in an increase of the risk surface. For cyber risk, from INCIBE's view, we see it like there is a need of the development of new solutions, new services to give answer to this challenge. So digitalization can be done in a reliable way. And it is also a huge opportunity for the industry to grow. From INCIBE, we work hand in hand with the entire ecosystem to boost the cybersecurity area. and we work in different axes. For instance, we work to foster the industry of cybersecurity and also the research, development, and innovation industry. We work with them to solve cybersecurity challenges that demand innovative solutions and systems through AI. It is really important that public institutions are aware of the important roles that AI is going to play. And from INCIBE, we are already aware of that, and we are already taking initiatives to solve this problem. For instance, we have published the innovative public procurement. We have launched 3 different calls involving 175 million euros in committed capital, and more than 100 companies are involved in this initiative, including subcontractors, and they are giving answer to 36 different challenges involving new technologies. Of course, AI is transversal to all of the challenges. Also, another initiative that we have are the strategic projects and cybersecurity chairs. This initiative is dedicated to research, dissemination, teaching, of course, of AI and cybersecurity. Another activity or service that we have is raising awareness to our public objective. For instance, we promote best practice and secure use of AI systems. As we all know, there are a lot of malicious activities going on. Another service that we have is the helpline 017 that is free of use, and anyone that has that is worried about using maybe services or their computers or anything, they can call and they are going to give support to that. And also INCIBE CERT as a CSIRT, our computer security incident response team. We handle incidents with AI systems as attack vectors.
Thanks a lot, muchas gracias. And let's now move to Christoph. And for who doesn't know Christoph Palo, he was one of the 52 members of the high-level expert group on AI. And this was mentioned yesterday, but let's stress the fact that this event is actually was taught during the work of the high-level expert group. There were many already here today and yesterday from Gru Hasselbalch that have the pleasure to work with almost every day, Ursula, Pachel, Françoise, and many others. So let's remain on the challenges, but not today's challenges only. Let's make it more complex, because at the time you were very visionary already, and you were set up the future of artificial intelligence. And so now let's see. The AI Act is, it's aimed to further increase and expand the legal requirements when it comes to cybersecurity. So what are, in your view, the steps that are required, that are needed to be taken so that we can ensure this smooth transition towards compliance, especially from the point of view of industry that you represent?
Right, yeah, thanks for the question. I think a good preparation for exactly this question was the panel we had before lunch. Because there was already mentioned that AI regulation comes in different flavors. So we have now this AI Act, which targets a horizontal regulation of technology. And then, as the Dutch representative pointed out, we have, of course, the vertical, very specific regulations as well. Actually, from industrial point of view, and I represent here, of course, the position of industry a little bit, this is really a challenge. Why is that? Because we know it from other fields in our life. When there are two regulations covering the same field, it often happens that it's not clear. There are perhaps some things which are seen differently by the regulations. And so if you're forced to comply with that, it's very, very difficult. So for us, it's a huge challenge to see how this overarching, horizontal regulation, and specific sectorial regulations, like, just to name one, the Directive of Machinery, which, for instance, in robots, industrial robots, will be applied. So we have then 2 regulations concerning one technology, and this is a challenge. And for an attacker, this is paradise. Why so? Because if there is something unclear, if there are grayish areas or so, and this is exactly what attackers need, what they want. I think Mario will point that out later. And we have seen many challenges regarding the security of AI, the adversarial machine learning attacks, as we saw earlier. So if you work with do some transformation on pictures, then AI models can be led to the garden path. And recently, Zico Kolter published a paper where he proved that those kind of adversarial attacks work as well for generative AI, large language models specifically. So this is really a challenge for us, making it reliable and trustworthy, because security and robustness, reliability is an important ingredient for being trustworthy. And what can help regulation here? Regulation can try to be very clear, avoiding overlaps, so that we have so few grayish areas as possible, not to make it too easy for attackers, because those are a creative lot.
Thanks a lot, Christoph. And so let's move to Mario, and to make things even more challenging. I mean, we've seen yesterday a lot of discussion now every day on generative AI and the new emerging technology. Adriana was mentioning also the combination between 5G, 6G, and Internet of Things, or Internet of Everything now we have. So how do we actually address these emerging and challenges that this technology are actually bringing to the table? Are they ready to use already? Of course, we see always the positive side of it, but what are the risks, the challenges we need to look at in terms of data poisoning, the model stealing, backdoor attacks, all these issues that are seems very technical, but are actually happening every day and possibly to any of us, any government, any hospital, any school in the world.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Also, I'm very grateful that we have that spotlight here on cybersecurity, which makes me very hopeful, and also I think it's a very important topic here. I think overall, I like to advocate really that we look for rigorous methodology and build on foundational approaches. I think we can't always do for all areas, but really we have a lot of progress there in methodology that we should bring to bear, and we should be hard-pressed basically to basically ignore these advances and not build on these rigorous foundations, because otherwise we notice from cybersecurity would engage in arms races and also have a strong potential to eventually erode trust in this technology, which would be a long-term damage to the whole endeavor. So obviously the whole area of cybersecurity is very important, because we know that we are building these information infrastructures where AI is deeply ingrained, and also IT systems have many of these AI components, and also value chains will be building on AI systems. So we need to secure these and also look into cases where adversaries will manipulate this. And just to make the point, again, if you have a system that is working 99% correct, basically, it's still the question for an adversary, can I exploit that 1% in all cases, basically? So it's really a bit of a different way of thinking about this, I think, that needs to be realized. Maybe on the good message here is that that's something that's not new, so to say, because these things have been studied for over a decade. I think there's venues that have been looking at this for over 15 years, basically. And I think the other positive news, obviously, there's very strong results. In some areas, we have ways to go. But maybe to highlight this, I think definitely in attacks like evasion attacks, manipulation attacks, we can provide guarantees for some threat models. We still have trouble scaling it up to very complex models. but also ours in terms of confidentiality and privacy, we have strong mathematical foundations. So I think I would again advocate that we should use these wherever possible in Rhode Island to avoid arms races in these kind of situations. It also has to be said that poisoning and backdooring are more challenging cases, and here it's also difficult to provide guarantees. Again, we have defenses that probably also can provide appreciable increase in security, but again here guarantees are definitely more difficult. In some areas like model stealing and kind of causing problems to intellectual property, it might be even more difficult to find very strong solutions on the long run. And as has been said, we have to view this AI under the lens of cybersecurity. In some part it's special, but in other parts it's also software and part of the ecosystem. And we see many of these cybersecurity challenges transitioning over to large language model. In particular, as they are kind of transitioning now from the chatbots over to these integrated applications to like almost general purpose compute platforms that supposedly in many visions now build a foundation to build applications on top of it. So we also have been publishing a whole cybersecurity taxonomy that outlines some of these challenges. And I think we really have to be careful. Whatever we build on top of these needs to be secure, and we have to be very cautious about the issues that we still have with this new technology.
Thanks a lot, danke, Mario. So let's move now to Pilar. I had the pleasure to be at lunch together, and very fascinating. So, I mean, Pilar is here. I mean, you are both a representative of, of your company, of course, a regional CEO of a big European technology company that specializes on AI cybersecurity, but you also represent, as member of the executive committee, AMETIC, that is the Spanish Association of Digital Companies. And so, I mean, how do you, in your own company role, but also as representing the various companies in Spain, cope with this interplay, with this complexity of AI and cybersecurity, and I mean, how companies are coping with that? What is their role, and how they expect actually this in the next few years to evolve?
Okay, so in this dual role that I'm here for, starting with Eviden, which is part of the Atos group. We are providers of managed services for cybersecurity, according to Gartner, one of the top worldwide, and also technology around cybersecurity and AI. And we see it in a way, we already anticipated several years ago that there would be a battle for cyber AI, which now we are seeing with our own eyes. On one side, what we do is to put AI into our cyber solutions. For instance, we have security operations centers that already have AI built in to be able to detect, prevent, and respond automatically to the cyber threats that our customers, private companies, but also governments worldwide are facing every second, I would say. Atos is the technology provider of the Olympic Games, one of the events that has a very, very high number of cyber attacks and cyber threats, and it happens real time. So it is very important for us, and I think for technology providers, to have AI into any cyber component that we build. On the other side, we also have the other way around, cyber into our AI solutions. So we need to really, they are not two different worlds. We see them as part of the same concept, the same paradigm. And I also want to bring a third element, which is the importance of the infrastructure where AI algorithms and where data resides. Eviden is the only European manufacturer for high-performance computing. So we are very used to manage, to provide, to manufacture systems, hardware for immense volumes of data. I'm very proud that only this week, the supercomputer that we have provided to the Barcelona Supercomputing Center here in Spain has been ranked 8 worldwide in the list of supercomputers. And we are also providing exabyte supercomputer to the Jülich Supercomputing Center in Germany, who will be the first of the kind in Europe. An exaflop is a billion of operations per second. So we need to think about the massive amount of power that this world requires, and that AI is built in and cyber is built in on all these products. Also HPC at the edge, which is very important because not everything happens into a big place. We know also in the industrial world, more and more things are happening on the edge. So we need to cover this end-to-end cyber AI world. And as member of AMETIC, we have a dedicated group that has been very closely working and already using the Spanish sandbox for AI. So we are already developing solutions there, because for AMETIC is the trade association in Spain for digital companies. And we share the common goal to use technology and digitalization as the engine for development, but not compromising trust, security, and safety. So we need to strike this balance, and we have been devoting a lot of time as a group collectively to understand the AI Act, how can we apply it, and how to provide some positioning statements in order to enhance it.
Thanks a lot, gracias Pilar. And well, here we have really the experts. So as I promised, not easy questions. So there is another topic that is quite controversial. We have seen also in the previous panels are the standards. So Christoph, standards are clearly a crucial topic. If we want to make requirement for cybersecurity robust and work actually for some secure AI development. And there are already some international standards. I'm not an expert in standards, but I know the IEC 62443 is written here in my briefing, and the forthcoming Cyber Resilience Act. This is the new other issue, beast to address. So this could be setting the ground, can provide a basis for cybersecurity of AI, but because the idea is to also provide horizontal requirements as the AI Act. But the standards should then build on that, should support this. So how you see this? What is the work that we should do, should build on at the moment? And what actually, again, in a future-oriented perspective, what still need to be done?
Right, thanks. So standards are indeed very important. They're important because they sort of set the baseline, the common baseline and the reference. Everybody knows then what is expected and what the state of the art is, what the general expectations are, and what is the basis for what we understand as a society to be reliable. Yeah? This sets clearly then the standard. However, compliance to those standards doesn't mean you are secure, because the adversaries can read the standards as well, and they know, so what's the height of the bar, basically. Yeah? So complying to standardization and given standards is important, but we shouldn't mix it up with being secure. And thus, we have to balance it out, how expensive the implementation of standards could be. Because on top of the standards, a lot of costs and investments have to be done to be not only compliant, but to secure. Going more than the extra mile to secure the infrastructure accordingly. And as you mentioned, the Cyber Resilience Act, this is well meant and touches many important points. So Bosch in general is very much in favor for that. However, there are, even in well-meant things, sometimes things that might work the other way around as it was intended. And the open source industry could be now collateral victim of if we do not take care. So regulation should be done with respect to downstream software products, not upstream. Because open source, it's a voluntary thing where in a distributed way, in a voluntary way, software is then created. If we force people here to to adhere to rigorous standards and bring the bar too high, then it will effectively kill this sort of endeavor. And this cannot be in the interest of Europe, because we have not such a big software industry, and so we should rather foster open source activities. So regulating, setting the standards from downstream, if you bring product in the market, and here again, we are not living in the Wild West. We already have a lot of regulations and laws regulating the security and what consumers can expect from our products. And this is absolutely fair. In that spirit, I think we should continue, but not overshoot, not killing very important initiatives like open source, but rather the opposite, trying how to make it digestible. Yeah? So balancing out what can be done via self-assessment and spot checks, and where you really need third-party attestation for something. Don't get me wrong, security is really important for us. Yeah? And Bosch, for instance, is a company which has it in its genes that we want to be trustworthy. So Robert Bosch said he created our paradigm, invented for life. So technology should really serve people, and for that it must be trustworthy and resilient and secure. But still, let's not overshoot. And the standards are read by adversaries as well. Standards are good as reference points, but to be secure, we have to go beyond and do things perhaps the average adversary doesn't expect. So, but on that basis, we can build.
Thank you. And actually, using your words, to go beyond, let me change my hat and put the researcher hat that I'm also have. And with Mario, we've been discussing a couple of days ago at another event we met, and because I just introduced Mario from his current activity, but he's actually coordinating the ELSA, the European Lighthouse on Secure and Safe AI. That is an ELIS initiative funded by the European Union. So that has a large number of partners in Europe. And so, what is then, from your privileged observatory, actually, from a research perspective, the needs that are required exactly to address, especially the emerging technologies we have seen today, what is changing with the generative AI, with the foundational models, for example. It's not one model at a time, but one model that does everything. Of course, this has huge potential, but it's also a threat. It can be a massive threat in many respects. So what is your view on that?
Okay, for the follow-up question.
Okay, please. Well, okay, then maybe Mario can complement. Yeah.
So I will be very brief on that.
Yeah, sure.
We need new software architectures for that as well. So the security of AI cannot be guaranteed within AI. Yeah, you have other models for that, other software components, and living in a different process space, which sort of play the role of a watchdog. But let me finish with that and give it to Mario. Sorry for hijacking this question. I was so in the flow.
Great response. I can only second this, definitely. From the ELSA point of view, again, I can do a bit of an advertisement here. Obviously, we have given thought to this, what is required, and also like to advertise that just this week we published our strategic research agenda, outlining a research for Europe in safe and secure AI. And I think there's some key points that we want to highlight here. Again, one, I already mentioned that we should aim for principled and rigorous methodology. I think this is really key in all three main areas. Also, precise threat modeling, risk analysis, and really the cybersecurity viewpoint that is not as pervasive right now, I would say, in the AI machine learning research domain. Also going more towards a systems view, which we call ML Trust Ops, but also more interdisciplinary approaches that bring together ethical, legal, but also human factor research, formal methods, cryptography, and so on. I think beyond advancing research, I think it's also an important task task to understand limitations. I think there are some inherent limitations, and informing us about these can more effectively guide our efforts and momentum towards the more promising solutions. So I think informing us about limitations is another very important aspect that we can bring here to bear. As mentioned, again, some of the problems are just magnified right now by large language models and the very, so say, not aggressive, but very fast and a way to deploy them. I want to also second another point that was mentioned about the openness, open source and so on. We also advocate open, basically transparency and accountability, and we are also kind of concerned that maybe some of the current version of the AI Act might limit, so to say, the distribution of open source models and maybe also restrict the freedom of research. And I think that would be very bad overall for progress, and in particular also for cybersecurity. So I think here it is advised that we keep this openness and also transparency, in particular also to progress research advancement and also in particular have better security in these domains. Maybe slightly forward-looking, again, I don't go in much detail, but we face lots of challenges with compositionality, complex supply chains in the future, how to secure this and make statements about these systems. Hopefully we go away from large monolithic systems to more compositional architectures for various reasons. And I like to end on one point, because often there's also talk about how to bring safety by limiting progress in this domain. And I think this is very difficult right now. I think really the main thing that we should do this by knowledge and have a decisive investment in the understanding of safety and security to basically shape these technologies in our common values and meet our expectations.
Thanks a lot. So, I mean, as we are talking about research, I mean, following what Mario just said, let me move to Monica, because I know ENISA has also been doing a lot of research on research, on the needs of research and the gaps to see, I mean, in the area of cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. I also had the pleasure to contribute to some of the work of the colleagues. And basically, how you see some of these, I mean, what are the priorities? What are the most important things that need to be done to make sure that this research needs and the activity that comes with that could actually complement the implementation of the AI Act?
So, cybersecurity, as we all know, it's a very complex discipline. Starts from topics like governance and basically creation of various frameworks, standards that have been already mentioned here by my colleagues who are on this panel, to actually implementing specific security measures, testing their effectiveness, and then, of course, making sure that they are designed and implemented in such a way that while they provide adequate protection, they also ensure performance and functionality as expected. So I would say, if somebody was asking me what's the most important priority for the researcher, I would say, what's the most or the biggest threat that exists against an AI, or what's the biggest threat that exists against any other technology? And there's no answer for such question, because depending on the context, depending on the needs or the use, all these are more or less equal challenges. So examples of possible research that needs to be continued and performed are, for example, testing the effectiveness of use of AI in support of cybersecurity operations. Well, there is obviously huge expectations that various algorithms and machine learning models will assist cybersecurity experts in identification of potential attacks or potential incidents. It's very important to make sure that these tools don't have a huge number of either false positives, because then the resources are being wasted, or a large number of false negatives, because then the real attacks could be ignored and not counteracted. Another example of research that should be performed is how to do penetration testing that is specific to AI. attacks against AI are different than, for example, attacks maybe against a database or operation technology. Example of such attacks could be using what's called commonly poisoning data, so introducing to training data sets data that then would result in incorrect training of the machine learning model. Another example would be manipulating the models in such a way that, despite the fact that they were trained on sufficient data set, they would basically generate negative outputs. So those penetrating tests for AI systems would be different than penetrating tests against, as I said, some other type of digital technology. And then obviously information sharing about ongoing threats, information sharing about new AI techniques and technologies is very important. We all know and probably heard about ISAC, so information sharing analysis centers that exist. Question is more of, do we need ISACs that perhaps focus on AI technology? I don't know, but maybe at least sectorial ISACs could have working groups that focus on actual threats and vulnerabilities which are AI specific. So all of these research activities, of course, support proper implementation of intersection of AI and cybersecurity, and depending on specific funding capabilities, depending on ability of different experts who to a certain extent should always understand the other side. So cybersecurity experts should have a minimal knowledge of, at least a minimal knowledge of data science. And then data scientists should, of course, understand at least the principles of cybersecurity. All these studies and research will actively contribute to good development of cybersecurity measures and defenses for AI, and also for development of AI tools that will support cybersecurity.
Thanks, Monica. Let's move to Adriana, because I mean, we've been talking about the industry, the research, I mean, the international standards and organization. What is the role of the public sector? I mean, this is already playing a crucial role, and I mean, as an Italian living in Spain, I don't say that only to please the Secretary of State or someone, but I see the leading, I mean, the leadership that is being played by the public sector here, the government. So maybe can you tell us briefly some initiatives that you think are important to in this area?
As we know, cybersecurity and AI are closely related. AI techniques can help to improve cybersecurity and resilience of devices, systems, and solutions, and thus society and business. This is why INCIBE is carrying out a new initiative. We are working on the construction of a cybersecurity laboratory for new technologies called INCIBE Lab. So the goal for us is to strengthen the Spanish industry in these new technologies, and also to help them on the adoption on all these new standard regulations regarding cybersecurity and new technologies such as this AI. Also, we are going to work to attract and develop professionals, not just only in cybersecurity, but also in new technologies, as you were talking before. And also, we are going to work to foster research, development, and innovation in cybersecurity applied to new technologies through different projects, such as pen testing, threat hunting, and artificial intelligence. This cybersecurity laboratory will be based on different verticals, on different technologies, such as 5G, industrial control systems, IoT, and of course, artificial intelligence, because we consider that this technology is transversal to all of the other ones that I have mentioned before. To give you some specific examples of these actions are related to the funding mechanism that I have mentioned in my previous speech. We have currently the following strategic research projects that we are working on in INCIBE. For instance, we are working with the University of Salamanca in a project called SCREEN, which main objective is to apply AI techniques, deep learning for the prevention and automatic response to cyber attacks on devices, communication infrastructures, and IoT networks. So we hope to improve the resilience on the devices. Another interesting project that we are working is with the University of Murcia. We are working on the development of a framework to detect cyber attacks in 5G networks using AI through the decentralized federated learning paradigm. In short, the idea is to use the AI techniques to improve cybersecurity. So we are going to work with the entire ecosystem to try to fill the gaps in guidance, resources, or just to find the gaps so we can launch new initiatives.
Thanks a lot. And so Pilar, to getting to the, to the closing of this session, then we will have a last, let's say, statement. So, you have, we have been discussing today and yesterday, and it's clear that Europe has ambition to make sure that we have this optimal balance between secure, safe, and trustworthy AI. But of course, we are also enabling, and we need to enable the ecosystem that actually can foster innovation, reduce the time to market, and at the same time, massive adoption. Europe is known to do this also through regulation. So how you see the current, let's say, obligations around cybersecurity can actually evolve and promote instead of blocking actually innovation, and then the AI Act can be a fair balance, can promote a fair balance on this.
Well, I think it's been mentioned already that we have an ambitious but non-negotiable challenge between having a safe, trustworthy, and secure AI environment, but also that doesn't hinder innovation, time to market, and a leading position for Europe AI market. So this balance is a complex one. If it was easy, it would be solved already. So we need, we have work to do ahead, but definitely this is how we see the core that needs to be tackled and solved. We see different elements here. One is the sandboxes, as I mentioned before. This is a very pragmatic, real, and tangible way for companies to develop our solutions in a way that we can be confident that the solutions that we develop will be compliant. As you said, compliance and security are two different aspects, but we need to address both. And very proud that Spain has been leading in implementing, in creating this first sandbox in Europe, and also creating an agency to monitor the governance of AI. At Ametic, what we are working on is to provide some important elements around the AI Act that we think are essential to make it really useful and a valuable lever to solve this challenge. One is that we need to ensure a good fit between the AI Act and the regulation around AI with other existing regulations, because at the end, everything is interconnected. Data, AI, security, these are all elements of the same reality, so everything needs to be coherent and consistent. Secondly, to promote these kind of sandboxes and tools that we can use to make AI really safe when it comes to reality. And thirdly, to clarify the responsibilities of each of the players and stakeholders here. Because we have been also discussing, this is a topic that has multiple facets, and it needs to be addressed from all the facets. And clarifying what's the role of each of us in this matter is really, really important.
Thank you. Now we have 3 minutes left, so 30 seconds each for a one-sentence statement. I mean, this is the European AI Alliance Assembly, but the title was chosen Leading Trustworthy AI Globally, and we have seen yesterday on this stage there were representatives of the OECD, UNESCO, many like-minded partner countries from the US, Canada, and also the new digital partners like Japan, Singapore, and Korea also, and India. And Latin America also, there was a specific session. We are really making the Atlantic closer. How you see then in this last statement, collaboration at the international level or the regional, the national level can be actually harnessed to make sure that AI and cybersecurity are making the difference in a positive way for our society. Maybe we start from Mario and we come back here to Monica. No pressure.
Okay, I think on these lines, I think this is international collaboration is super important here, and also alignment. Otherwise, it's not happening within this international market. And I think both are important. On one hand, to basically be committed and ambitious about cybersecurity, trustworthiness, safe and secure AI, to live up to our own expectations and shared values, but equally, hopefully, also take that opportunity to take international leadership and maybe also be a role model in this space.
I think this is a really important job for a public institution because we have to work for our public. So we must align our work with the new regulations that are going to be implemented so we can help our industry. So when they come out and when they are compulsory, our industry is ready and they know how to implement all these regulations.
I think industry will need then navigation support. When all these regulations are in place internationally, perhaps it is too much to ask for a rule book or sort of cookbook. If I want to do this AI application, what we have to do. But then if industry will take the lead for coming up with such rule books, because we need it as Europe, then please at least support. If you don't write it yourself, support us with that. That would be my final ask for today.
Okay, well, I think we have been talking a lot about challenges, but I also want to finish up with the opportunities that we have. On one side, we have a challenge, but an opportunity around the talent and to create the talent to live in this world. Secondly, the role of Europe, not only in leading legislation or regulation, but also in research, technology, and solutions. And lastly, I want to reinforce the value of the ecosystem. This is a challenge and opportunity that we only can succeed if we address it together. Governments, public institutions, research, academia, public, private companies, citizens, and this is the way we see we can solve it together. You have your microphone.
And just to add to all the other excellent suggestions, I would say that, well, there of course has to be a political will on the highest governmental level. There also has to be a common understanding what everyone all over the world would like to achieve, meaning that we have to have some sort of baseline where we agree on understanding of the basic terms of the objectives, making sure that while all of us speaks English here, we might be speaking different versions of English, British English, American English, Australian English, and using different terms for understanding different things. So having this understanding in the baseline and also engaging multidisciplinary experts who look at the AI technology from various perspectives. These are essential elements for achieving truly international cooperation and coming with means to have a global economy where we can rely on trustworthy AI. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, and also we are perfectly in time, so thanks for this, and a big round of applause for our panelists, so thanks a lot. And Irene, so we can move, and Irene will take the stage. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. You jump. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Perfectly on time. This is great. Unheard of, actually. Well, we have ahead of us the last panel, almost the end of the day. I'm actually pretty sad, sorry. I'm actually pretty sad. It's been so much fun, at least from up here. I don't know about down there. First, the results of the question on Slido. And I remind you the question. The question is, what are the new cybersecurity challenges posed by AI technologies? There you go. Actually, I think we have a match. Big fakes, copyright, phishing, data. Interesting. And because we want to be as fast as possible and not take time from the next panel, I'd like to call on stage the moderator of the next panel, helping AI innovators get to market more quickly and responsibly using the TEF facilities, testing and experimentation facilities. And I'd like to call on stage the moderator, Francois Soulier, Scientific Advisor, Hub IA. Welcome to stage, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everybody, to be still there. I promise that by 5 o'clock we'll be done, right? And if we are not, then tomatoes, please. So our first panelist, I will call Martin Brinskopf. I don't see him because I don't see nothing. From DTU, yes, very good. Then Raffaele Giaffreda, yep. And Valentina Ivanova, good. And Petra Ritter. And Rich Walker. I'm going fast, fast, fast so that we finish quick, right? Thank you. So, I think in all these, in this panel, there is only one topic, right, is innovation. So this should be our main topic. How do we favor innovation? Because we heard a lot that the AI Act could kill innovation, and this is not exactly what we intend to do with this. And in this session, we are going to focus on one tool by which we can help innovators to actually succeed, and this is the famous TEF, or Testing and Experimentation Facilities. So in our first round of questions, I'm going to go around. We have people who are representing, as you probably know, there are 4 sectorial TEF, 4 representatives here, and 1 extra guy, this one back there. So I'm going to start with him, Rich. So basically, Rich, you don't show that, but you've got 2 hats, right? One is for ADRA, and the other one is for your SME startup. Please explain. So 1 minute to explain, 2 minutes after that, and then cut.
Thank you. So I'm from an old deep tech startup. We've been building robot technology since the late 1990s. We've done a lot of European projects and national projects over the years. We've seen the first rounds of cascade funding that develop into a formal process and mechanisms. We've seen the research and innovation facilities. We've worked with the Fraunhofers, the Catapults. We've worked with organizations wide and varied, and lots of mechanisms for studying and stimulating and encouraging AI. With my other hat on, I'm one of the board members for ADRA, which is the private side of the public-private partnership in AI, data, and robotics, which is obviously very responsible for helping to build the ecosystem around this technology. And what we've noticed time and again is another layer of support, another mechanism put in place, another opportunity to go out and help the thousands and thousands of startups and SMEs. So my question to you as the TEFs is not what's different, because I'm sure you know what's different, but how is it going to be different for people like me, who are busy people running an SME, focusing on the day job? How are we going to engage with you? How are we going to find out about you? How are we going to get support from you? Because that really, I think, will be if you can answer that question well, you're a long way down the road of making your job successful.
Yes, obviously, we can see TEF as another layer on top of many, 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 many layers, which are more in the way of innovation, but in the way to innovation. But this, we are here to explain how we can actually help. So probably the next one is going to be Petra. Petra, you're running the ELF TEF, so please tell us about that.
Thank you very much. Feel like, now it's on, very good. So I hope I can do a good job and answer your question. The TEF Health is about the testing and experimentation facility for health, AI and robotics. So it's particularly for SMEs and startups in the healthcare sector. And here we have to deal, as you know, with particular challenges because the risks for the patients, for the people that will get in contact with these products is very high. Yeah? So therefore we need really a high level of trustworthiness. The challenge is we have the medical device regulations, but they have been made for more devices, less for software and for dynamic AI algorithms. So the challenge with AI is, especially the modern AI algorithms, so-called generative AI, that they are learning. Yeah? So there's a change over time. Traditional certification goes such that there's a product, it's being developed over 2 years, then it's being certified by the notified bodies, and maybe then there's some post-market surveillance and stuff. But this is not a feasible model for AI that learns over time, that uses different data sets, training data sets over time. So in TEF Health, one big task is to work with the notified bodies, with the startups and SMEs to develop more agile certification algorithms that enable trustworthy AI by design and by default, which means that the startups and SMEs are informed from the beginning about what needs to be complied with, what needs to be put in the development, similar to GDPR, yeah? General Data Protection requires data protection by design and by default. So from the very beginning, these principles are implemented in the product. I think that's enough for now. There's more to tell, of course, later.
Okay. So next, we're going to talk, Martin, about TEF for cities.
Thank you so much. Yes, so we are Sitcom, the TEF for cities and communities. I know they are framed as sectorial TEFs, but communities is not one sector, it's when they all come together. So we see very much ourselves, and we are defined by cross-sectorial issues. So you could say we link between everything when it hits, hopefully before it hits you and me on the street. So I would say that for you, I mean, we are crash testing your stuff before it hits, you know, society and your customers. And actually, the interesting thing that we have discovered, we have also been doing large-scale pilots before. We've worked with everyone and their mother. So this is a community effort of those who have been doing this from the public and private side since at least a decade, but 2 decades on the European level. Yes, we're here to help the AI innovators and remove your barriers. But your barrier is not just to sell stuff to a customer, a municipality, for instance. It's to convince your customer that it's not gonna, you know, get the politicians fired or gonna hurt the citizens. So there's a requirement, there's a barrier for you to sell your stuff, which, you know, is proving that it's not harmful. How do you do that? TEF. The other thing is you have investors. They don't want, well, then you invest yourself and you are either, you know, foolish or you do risk analysis. So there's a limit to the risk profile that you can accept. And most people have investors that are not themselves. So when you are attracting capital, there is always risk profiling. So we help the investors, whether it's the companies that come with investors in hand or investors that come with companies in hand, or it's the insurance companies or the financing companies that the investors are using to, stack up cash. We help create a practically, empirically based risk assessment of this. So this is crash testing. And the interesting thing is, at the moment, you cannot put up an elevator, you cannot put up a petrol station, you cannot put up a roller coaster without, pretty thorough testing. Can you let out AI on your kids' mobile phones? Can you, do the property tax valuation in Denmark just like that? The answer is, unfortunately, yes. But we are here to close that gap in a safe way.
Okay, so I think the role of the community is really the issue, right? The most important topic in what you say, mostly. Very important. Very important.
Energy mobility and, you could say, the interconnectivity between systems. That is the focus area. So we are actually also the energy TEF, or the mobility TEF.
Yeah, so much more than just cities.
Oh, yeah.
And Raffaele, we talk about food. And as a French person, I love food. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, agri-food sector is a little bit peculiar in that respect when it comes to AI and helping companies that have to train algorithms, AI and robotics, simply because, you get a chance to do an experiment, and then you have to wait one more season before you can repeat that. And clearly, having a systematic approach to improving the effectiveness of AI algorithms and robotics is indeed something that needs to be addressed. And this is what we are there for, to multiply the chances for SMEs and startups to indeed validate whatever they're doing, and in doing so, create or move from scarcity of data, quality data, to abundance of data, quality data. And this is where we need to make sure that there is an approach to testing and experimentation that is as much as possible standardized, as much as possible benchmarked, so that indeed these algorithms can exploit the fact that they are trained on quality data and become more and more effective. And this is hopefully helping the sector to address much more quickly the problem of adoption that we have nowadays. Because farmers, of course, they trust the technologies, but they like doing stuff in their fields, and they want to make sure that because they work with very limited margins, whatever they invest in is indeed something that is going to make a difference for them. It's going to make them produce more efficiently. So that's what we are there for in Agri-Food TEF, ready to help companies put in real-life experiments what they've been playing with in the lab, and just help them achieve a better impact with whatever they're doing.
Okay, so probably having farmers get into technology is not exactly an easy game, right? We're always talking about SMEs, which is not very easy, but making farmers, adopt these things is tough.
Exactly, and this is where TEF also can play a role, because part of our facilities are deployed on demand by the companies that would like them in the fields of the farmers that then can see what's happening then. And through that, you get also a direct feedback.
Interesting feedback, sure. Okay, and next comes Valentina from France. Hi, bonjour. In manufacturing TEF, tell us.
So manufacturing TEF, AI matters, means artificial intelligence testing experimentation facilities for European SMEs in manufacturing sector. This AI matters is a network of infrastructures which are established in 8 countries. In France, in Spain, here we have some representative of our Spanish note, in the Netherlands, in Denmark, in Italy, in Germany, in in Czech Republic, and in Greece. So this first we have to establish this infrastructure where the manufacturing SMEs can come and test the latest development in the domain of artificial intelligence in a real environment. So the main services which we will provide to the companies are in the areas of human-robot interaction, in factory-level optimization, and in circular economy, where a lot of things will be done on demanufacturing, remanufacturing, so sorting, that's very important for the new life which we have, and we have this bottle that is should be recycled. So that's the manufacturing TEF. And our main customers should be the SMEs, which are also the techno providers or the products providers to the big companies. That's the way we think to strengthen European manufacturing industry.
I must say, all of you have a little bit skipped the issue of innovation. So one more word, innovation. One sentence, go for it.
Innovation is when bright technology ideas find actual customers who are willing to pay good, hard cash for them at such a rate that you can pay back the debt you incurred developing a technology in the first place.
How come your SME and ADOA will help that? This is the question. Not the theory, come on, the practice.
That's what it is. I mean, if you want me to say what do I need to help me support innovation, it's access to people with problems. More than anything else, it's people who are willing to say, I have a problem, I don't really know how to solve it yet. You develop technology, could you have a look at my problem? And great, if we get together when we can, fantastic. And if we get together when we can't, that's even better because we can stop wasting time.
Okay, that's one way. Access. To you, Petra.
So the question is, what is innovation to me?
Yeah, no, not what is innovation. Come on, we all know that here. What can you do with the TEF for innovators?
Ah, okay. So I think it's extremely important to see that we have, and there's justification, heavy regulation in Europe, yeah? And regulation naturally stops innovation, yeah? And we have, since the regulation is justified, otherwise we would have to fight the regulation, but we believe that the regulation makes sense and protects the values of the European citizens. So we have to deal with this, and this is where TEFs come in the play. We want to find solution to survive with the heavy regulations, yeah? And support the startups and SMEs to comply with the regulations. And also, this is another task to feed back to the European Commission, where is the regulation maybe not so smart and where should it be changed?
Yeah, you're skipping the topic of innovation again. Okay, go ahead, Raffaele.
Yeah, so in
Yes,
our case, we hear a lot about farm to fork, right? Innovation for me is lab to farm. So ensuring that whatever it's done, which you have plenty, by the way, at European level of good results and solutions, do not stay in the labs, but eventually make it to the farm. And that means making it there in a sustainable way, as well as in a financially sustainable for the farmers way.
And how can the TEF help for that, precisely? Why do you need a TEF to do that?
Because then you show in real-life experiments what the technology can do for the farmers eventually.
I like this one much better. Yeah, Valentina.
Just complete Raffaele, because I think the TEF are offering to the SMEs or to the farmers just to see how the innovation works in a real environment. That's infrastructure which we all built, because all TEF, we are based to build this infrastructure and to deliver services. So this infrastructure is the best place that you can come to test in the latest equipment available in the domain, the latest technologies that you can test the new AI algorithms. So that's to help the innovators, that they can come and test their ideas, they can receive the support and build to test their products.
And for you, Martin?
We're not the innovators. We may be innovative and do things, but it's, as the title says, helping the AI innovators. So the innovation is there, it's spurting all around. But it's think of it as bowling. You have someone who's very good at bowling, and it's very powerful and goes down the alley, but it's a little bit dangerous when these big balls are flying around. So we provide, before everyone is convinced that bowling alleys are a great thing, we put up the barriers so that you can safely try it out, you can get close, oh, this works. Don't do this. Okay, fine, we don't do this. So it's about closing the gap, as Rich said, between those AI innovators and their customers and their investors and the policymakers. I think a very important point is what you also said, Petra, maybe you allow me to repeat it. We want to inspire policymakers not to make idiotic laws, preventing the innovators from getting their good value out there. So there's very much a feedback loop from the TEFs, not just to the innovators, not just to the investors, not just to the customers, but to the policymakers. Okay. So we can also crash test policy.
It's a little bit harder. So to me, it seems that from what you say, innovation per se is useless. What we want is customers, of course, right? If we don't have customers, do innovation, so what? And it seems to me also that if you want to access the customer, putting a customer in front of you is usually very tough. Yeah, many tricks, but tough. But if you can have a customer in front of you and show him the thing, right? Look at the stuff, look how it works, look what you can do, look at what you cannot do and should never try. That's the strength of TEF. And with these barriers you were talking about, where when you're testing and seeing what works, what doesn't, you know that we can do it, what the regulation allows. Which leads us to the next set of questions on regulation. Remember, we had a topic that we discussed, which is about this, I think it's called Trustworthy AI Act, right? And in this sense, this AI Act, somehow the TEF is the place to be where you're going to put this barrier in place. So we're going to try to start with you, Petra, so that you can go and get your flight if you need to, right? Go ahead.
Well, I have a little bit more time until 5:15, so I think I will make it even to the end here. But the important point is, and the truth, that for many novel AI algorithms, and in particular the dynamic, so-called generative AI, there are no certification or testing protocols in place. So simple, yeah? There are no protocols to certify these new algorithms. And therefore, we need to come up, and we work in the TEF Health, for example, with the notified bodies directly. Yeah? They're part of our TEF Health consortium to come up, in addition to the very generic AI Act, with very concrete protocols, yeah, to be able to certify the products. At the moment, it's not possible, very simple. Again, I would like to make the comparison with general data protection regulations. So with AI, we have to look at the risks associated with the product, yeah? And according to the risks, we have to come up with mitigation plans. And this is extremely similar with information security, with data protection. So for information security, we have the ISO 27001 standard, for example. And if you have gone through it, you have many building blocks, and you have to work through the building blocks to show certain mitigation strategies and so forth. So it's not that you have very concrete measures, but it's more a balancing of the risks and the mitigations that you have to document. And this is something that we need also for AI in particular in the healthcare sector. And we are developing with the notified bodies and also with the standardization authorities of the member states together exactly these protocols and these HRL certification mechanisms, which are not in place right now.
Martin, with your community, many stakeholders, many different people, just one AI Act. How do you communicate that and how you make this happen within the TAF?
Well, I think apart from doing exactly as Petra says, working on these, standards and certification measures, you said, how do we, get close to the customers? What we, from a community perspective, would always remind us, we are all people living somewhere. And actually what could stop all of this is that if it's not seen as helpful, we have seen, the Dutch government fall because of an algorithm, that could not be explained. The Danish government was very close to falling because of this property valuation tax algorithms. So I think we have to realize that it's not just about efficiency. It's not just about, getting things done. It's also about living with these new things. They're new and they're, good. They can do lots of good things. But it's not just dumping it on us.
On people, right?
Because then we will see more. We have many examples. I don't want too many exits, but we have seen people turn against, things that came, let's say, from the top. So if the AI Act becomes too constraining, like we saw with GDPR, in school class, you could not even share the phone numbers of your neighbor. It was to the point where it was ridiculous. We hope that from the TEF side, and I think that's a joint hope, that we can inform when the policy is, slowly becoming more and more precise. And hopefully it will not be too constraining, apart from the most, blatant risks that we should avoid, too constraining before we actually know that it's also meaningful. So we're not just customers, we are people somewhere, all of us.
Yeah, so the TEF basically is going to be a test bed for the regulation, right?
Well, for the technology, for the policy, and for the investments.
Yeah, for the whole thing. Next, we can wonder how you can explain to farmers what the Act is about, what the regulation is about, and how you can help with that.
That's a good question. I think the specific of the farmer sector is that is highly fragmented, and there is a lot of regulations. And if we take the example of agricultural machinery, well, all the data that is collected from the machinery perspective, it might be coming from many different sources, and if the objective must be to make the device or the robot or the machinery safe, then you want to make sure that nothing is left unattended from that perspective. Therefore, we shouldn't undermine the importance of bridging data systems that feed the regulations the right information that it's needed in order to make the right decisions when it comes to assessing then the safety of the devices that go in the fields, or the device that manipulate our food, or anything to do with the safety world. So from that perspective, again, we are trying to produce elements of experimentation that can bring those data systems together. So that, I was mentioning before, you are starting to realize what feeds AI algorithms becomes a little bit of a better quality, simply because it's been reproduced in different locations, different conditions, and therefore, just you have the opportunity of training algorithms with data that are much more representative of any potential situation that might happen right in the fields. And for that, there's no other way to do it than with experimental facilities out in real life.
Yep. Valentina, what do you think about that?
So
You know, about the AI Act, we have been, all for TEFs, we have been asked how we can contribute, for example, to Spanish pilot. We are waiting the adoption, and we hope that our, for AI matters, Spanish node could contribute for this testing for the Spanish pilot.
It means you're already putting in place some procedures and stuff so that...
No, the procedures, it's not, we cannot put on place ourselves.
But
we have to follow the governments. We also discussed with French government, because after having a reunion with Spanish pilot, we wanted to know what is happening in France. And we understood that they know very well the AI Act, but they are waiting to see when it is adopted and to put the regulatory sandboxes that we can perform, we can facilitate experiments. But once the government is launching, the TEF cannot put regulations.
So, no.
We can test.
No, what I was meaning is that probably you will need to have some sort of various actions or action plan in place when the regulation is in place, and you could prepare now.
No,
we're waiting for the government.
I would not like to disappoint you, but our first, what we are asked, what is the main purpose of the TEFs, is to deliver services to European SMEs. When to test the developments of artificial intelligence. And so what we are doing, we have a catalog of services, and we can update this catalog of services.
You should have to, yeah.
Because, you know, we put in the catalog what we have. We believe that could be interesting for a company. But we are open. This catalog is open-ended. It will evolve during the years. Some services can be dropped because nobody is interested, and we will prepare, regarding the demand from the customers, we will prepare new services. That's what we are building now. We are building our infrastructures. We have the platforms that first services will be delivered until the end of this year, and the next year, in June, our TEF is fully operational. This is the engagement we made in front of when we signed the grant agreement, and we have to do this. We looked what we have in Trustworthy. In the services, we found we have safety. Safety about the human-robot interaction is important. Safety in the factory-level optimization is important. So this we have. But what will be further, we will adopt. That's the aim, to have the infrastructure, to update with new equipment if necessary, and to offer always the best level of equipment, of excellence level of equipment. That's our aim, and we do not want to engage with something we cannot do. Our first purpose is to be ready to receive the first customers.
Okay, so you're all starting more or less, right? Which I would
almost all in the same stage.
I would like you, Rich, to just try to answer, if possible. I think it's hard, right? Oops. This pen we got is a little bit weird. TEF is one initiative of a commission. We also have the EDI, which is building a catalog of services to SMEs, right? You have the ADRA, you have the regulatory sandbox. We have all these different layers. How can an SME find their way in there, and how can you articulate that? Do you have an idea on this?
I know what I do when I want to find help and support that isn't obvious to me. Now, I spend a lot of time at meetings like this, so I know a lot of these organizations, these structures, these processes. I even sometimes to the advice that says we should have a new structure or process or organization. But when it comes down to it, what I do is I try and make sure I have a trusted third party I can go to and say, who do I talk to about this? In the UK, it's an outfit called the Knowledge Transfer Network, which is a fantastic name for an organization that transfers knowledge between different organizations. We like things that really mean what they say on the tin. I go to them and I say, hey, Phil, who does this? And Phil says, I don't know. Let me go and ask Simon. And Simon says, Jill told me that the people you need to talk to are Fred up in Edinburgh and Julie over in Brussels. And I talk to Fred and Julie, and usually that gets an answer. Because it's their job to be paid to spend 40 hours a week, or possibly more, finding out all of these many, many, many support networks and support options. And I'm glad to hear that you're putting together catalogues and you're putting together front doors. And I hope that you will learn from the experience of the digital innovation hubs, where they realized that they needed a layer above them so you could find which digital innovation hub you actually wanted to get to, because there's so many of them and they cover so many different things. Yeah. And I think, as we said before, building a community around what you do and making sure that community has people embedded in it who are vocal about what you do and vocal about how they have benefited from it is often one of the best ways to communicate that message and then help people like me find you.
Martin, I see that you want to talk about this.
I completely agree. I mean, we're about communities. So one thing is, don't invent a new community just because you need there. And if you look at the TEFs here, I mean, that's basically the existing ecosystems around the topics that we have here. So, and they're built not as closed clubs, but as open ecosystems. So this is open innovation ecosystems that we see in practice. Then there are two ways of answering your question. There is like the in principle, because we have the digital decade, we have the Digital Europe program and RERT, so it's all fitting nicely together as puzzle pieces. I think everyone here sees that clearly. So that's one thing on paper. Then you come to the field or the hospital or the shop, or you come to municipality, and it has to be implemented, again, by existing institutions and existing organizations. And that's where I think the big gap is on the implementation side. So hopefully we can be very practical, we can be leveraging what is already there, but we see with the European Digital Innovation Hubs, we see with the data spaces that are all around here as well, we see with those initiatives that very much it's in a way linking up what's already there with some of the new stuff. And you can only do that with integrating what's already there when you build these new things. And I think this is actually a very good example.
But you need the map, for you, which in some way it's easy, you have all the context, but there is no global map. Yes, Petra?
Yeah. So I found it extremely interesting that you brought as an example the Blueprint UK, because actually I stumbled across UK in these aspects many, many times, also in terms of educating their researchers, for example, how to deal with personal information. Yeah? It's a systematic approach, and this is something that is indeed missing in the European Union. We have lots of information and regulation, but we also need to think about educating and informing everyone to whom this is relevant information. And there's an enormous gap. It's an amazing gap, yeah. And this is probably also one of the biggest barriers, because even GDPR is complex. One can live with it if one knows the details, yeah? It's a question of knowledge, yeah? And the knowledge is lacking everywhere. And this is an enormous gap that needs to be addressed very quickly, otherwise we are completely blocked out here.
Yeah, we need a map, basically, right? Yes, Raffaele.
Also, there's a considerable change with what has been a business as usual before in collaborative projects. So even if you had a map, then you would still need to be aggressively tackling that map in a systematic way. That's why within our own organization we hired the profile of a business developer. This is a game change. This is not anymore the researcher, the project manager that puts a different hat on and goes out and tries to do a job that probably he was never fully trained and equipped to do. And therefore here comes the necessity to make sure that all these tools that the Commission has, all these pieces of the puzzle can be put together, proactively reaching out to those EDIs, to those initiatives that are happening for sandboxing. So just to make sure that there is someone that is harnessing the competencies that come from the research, the needs that need to be matched from the customers, the end customer side, and make sure that the voice of the results that come out of those facilities can be heard, so that indeed the biggest problem of adoption or innovation can be solved, not just simply expecting that by merits those things happen, but just being, just working on it as you would if you were to sell a product within a company. So if you have a product in a company, it's not enough to say, you guy that has created the solution, go out and sell it now. You need a whole department that supports that idea in order to let it out and just to make it adopted. And that's the business we are in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead if you want.
I want to say that the customers of EDIs are different from the customers of TEFs, because the EDIs purpose is to help to make the digital transformation. And the customers of TEFs, they are already digital. They just come to test something which is very special in these digital technologies. But somehow some of EDI's customers could be also. However, they should interact both dispositifs which are existing, like EDIs, for example, in our EDI in Paris region is a member of network of European manufacturing digital innovation hubs in manufacturing sector. So like that we have a vision, and our partners, a lot of our partners, they are also members of digital innovation hubs. So like that the manufacturing sector, I speak for AI matters, is well covered. But as you say, we have a problem. Our TEF and our node coordinators are the major RTOs in Europe, well known. RTOs know to work with big companies. And we are handicapped to work with SMEs. As Raffaele says, we need a new kind, even business developers. I can tell you the business developers of CEA, they know to work with big companies. They don't know how to approach the small companies. Yeah. So we need Enterprise Europe Network as well to make this enterprise scouting. It's something, it's a big challenge in front of all of us.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
We have customer journey, like we imagine as a scientists, but we have to adapt, I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay, so now we have 15 more minutes, guys. You're 5, so you got 3 minutes each. So you're going to answer my question. I am an innovator in AI. I have a brilliant idea. And I want probably to test it, but I'm not sure. I want to go to you, and I want you to tell me why I should come to you, what you could do for me, and how you could do it. 3 minutes each. Martin.
That's super simple, because one of the services is screening. So you even get to know if it's relevant that you come in the door. So that's the first. We just sit down. We do the screening as part of this.
You screen your...
Well, of course. Otherwise, it would be a waste of everybody's time. We have the EDIs, we have consultants, we have RTOs that are already providing these services on the market. So we are here to fill a gap which is not filled. So first of all, you have to fit there. And actually, coming with a good idea, good for you, don't bother going to a TEF. You have to have a product which is ready to sell, and you must be frustrated that nobody wants to buy it because it's too risky, or nobody wants to invest because it's too risky, or you're not sure actually that it's up to snuff when it comes to policy and regulation.
Okay.
Unless you have that, put it in front of us, we say, very kind, why don't you try the EDI? Or why don't you try, I mean, to find some of the innovation.
So you shoot the customers out, right?
Well, the point is, they're not our customers, they're someone else's customers.
Yeah.
And we are, and this is the main point, I think, we are part of an ecosystem. So we make value for other people as well, not just for ourselves. We are open innovation ecosystems. Who knows, maybe the EDIs, they would send, some people who come in with something very advanced, very difficult, which is just right for a TEF. We do that, of course, we also do that among the TEFs and so on. So the point is that these are innovation ecosystems. It's not about, just profit optimization. But, of course, it'll be interesting to see in 4 years, the permanent TEF capacity that we are now building up. What will it be, compared to what we already have? I don't think we can precisely answer that, but I can assure you that we will deliver good service to those who knock on our door, even if they're not our customers.
Yeah, you didn't tell me what you could do for me.
I think definitely I could guide you, because the first part is actually, guiding. Did you hit the right door? It's the most important point. So, I mean, yes, you could just, someone says, I want this, I sell it. I used to work in mail order, and people would call in and say, I need this. And people they bought the stupidest crap.
Yeah.
And I was a very bad salesperson, because I always asked, why do you need it? So, I mean, I sold less, but I got more happy customers. And I could send them, to different places where they can get, better service. So I think that's a very high value I give to you, rather than just trying to squeeze you for money.
So basically you will tell me, yes, that's the right door, or no, it's not the right door, but this is the right door, right?
We're part of an innovation ecosystem, and that's a very powerful thing, which I think you cannot just get from, company XYZ who can test your product and give it a stamp.
Yeah. Raffaele, what do you say to your farmers or your SMEs for startup developing for farmers?
So, quite like it's working.
It will come.
So, I'm a strong believer of lead by example. So you come to me and I will tell you an example and a little story that I'm happy I got time to tell, because it's something that happened recently with one of our first customers. So this was a startup that needed to test a service and wanted our help in order to assess how better they can deliver their service while in the fields. So this was an application that would produce an estimation of the amount of apples being harvested and the size of it,
the yield, yeah.
and the yield. And before TEF, or before these kind of solutions would become available, then this would be something that the farmers would not get access to until the bin that was filled in with the harvesting was ready to be processed. Normally that happens within, we talk about apples that just don't go off very quickly, and therefore they can wait months before that information comes related to how well a certain part of their field has performed, so that they can address until the next year how to fertilize it better and so on. But while we were doing experimentation with them, happened to be the farmer that was the owner of the field, and we needed this tractor to go and put the camera on and just let the SME test their solution with us. And then he came curiously to look at the screen and said, show me what can you do for me. And then he was seeing the things that were being counted. In that case, it was not harvesting, but it was counting the number of fruits that were on the trees as the tractor was moving. And if you do that right before the harvesting time, then you get a snapshot, very quick snapshot, very immediate snapshot that enables you to address a little bit better, what to do then next year. And you don't have to wait. You have all the data at your fingertips. And as a farmer, you are having value from that information. And as a startup, you are delivering value that is actually solving the problems that we were saying. So we're not coming up with let's think of a solution that solves nobody's problem, but here we are forced to put solutions on the table that are indeed solving someone's problem. Because if we don't do that,
so
we're out of business.
success stories and being able
Absolutely.
to show and being able to prove on the field. In your case, don't be on the field.
Well,
yeah.
The SMEs, the technology startups, at the moment they get a catalog of services. We are not there yet in terms of pricing it. We are not there yet in terms of delivering through state aid. But this is a kind of work in progress. This is what we are doing, and we see that there is demand, and we see that there is an opportunity for us to fulfill that demand through that instrument that has been put in place.
Yep. Yeah. Petra, same thing. Alf?
Yeah, so first of all, I would like to say that I agree very much with what Martin said, that we are selecting now the suitable startups and SMEs with suitable use cases or products. Yeah, this is very important. We need to find the best fits for the big challenges that we want to solve, and based on these selected products and startups and SMEs, we develop our services. Yeah, so they provide the basis for the development of the services of the TEFs. In the first 5 years, the services will be free or with very high cost reductions, so it will be a great benefit for the startups and SMEs that partner us. And in the healthcare TEF, we provide access to personal and health data. We provide access to virtual testing facilities that are in compliance with GDPR. We provide access to physical testing facilities like surgery rooms, intensive care units to test products, get patient feedback, and also test usability by physicians and doctors and surgeons. We also provide collaboration with the organization, the ROOF organization of notified bodies, to develop these HR certification protocols. Yeah, and we also work with the concept of regulatory sandboxes to feed back the experiences from the startups and SMEs to the policymakers.
Okay. Valentina, something? You're fine?
About the customer who you come, you want to make...
Yeah, I come to you, right?
Okay, so...
Tell me.
They say screening, we named study. So you will get the experts in the domain, and when we study together your problem. In that case, we will propose you a solution, but it will be together we have to establish. Like that, we will understand your need, and we propose the solution. Sometimes the solution can be one service, but it could be a combination of services that we can propose to you. And that's not, but we have to understand your problem. It's not like you go and buy something. It's a common, that's why it's innovation.
Yeah, of course. So basically you're talking about the coach here, right?
Yeah. Not only because you get a good expertise, and also providing solution, not only coaching.
Yeah, but it's somebody who can help you navigate the system, right?
Yes, to clarify your idea.
Yeah, that's clear.
That's why it should be attractive for the scientists, for the experts in the domain.
Yeah. So basically, to finish on this, which I would like you to comment on this. Here we have guys who are sectorial TEF, except this one who says is cross-sectorial, but not completely, right? There was discussion at the Commission at one point where they would say that it would be interesting to have a general purpose technical TEF. So do you think that would be useful in general? For example, for your SME, in robotics, do you find anything interesting in these guys, or would you prefer to talk to a TEF which would have a technical infrastructure, general technical infrastructure, maybe more advanced technically that you would call upon?
So I think there are two things here. The first thing is I'm going to be a little bit cheeky and say I'm really interested to hear what happens by the end of next year. And ADRA will hopefully be organising another round of its forum in November. Not sure where yet, but it would be really great if you could come along and say, hey, as the TEFs, this is what we've done, these are the kind of people we've worked with, these are some of the things we're doing and some of the successes, because this does sound really interesting. But to your question about a general TEF, I go back to one of my favourite books in business is by a guy called Jim Collins, Good to Great. You don't get to be great by doing everything. You get to be great by deciding what it is that you want to do more than anybody else wants to do, and focus, focus, focus. And then, magically, people go, well, obviously you'll work with them because they're the best people in the world to work with. They're the experts. Clearly you go there. If I go to someone who does everything, it's like any consulting firm. Of course, a large consulting firm can help me with any of my problems for their very reasonable scale of fees, but they can help me with any of my problems. Okay. I go to a specialist because I know they can help me with exactly the thing they do. And, as Martin said, if they can't help me, they should tell me where else to go. And that's absolutely invaluable.
So you would say that these four sectorial TEF we have here, we are covering all the needs of innovators in AI in Europe.
Oh, no. You're covering 4 sets of needs at the moment.
Excuse me?
You're covering 4 types of need at the moment.
Yeah.
1 for each SME in the Grand Challenge, hopefully. What we expect to see is more things like this. Once the method is proved, once people say, yep, this works, then people will say, well, actually, we need something covering the chemical industry in a way that none of you perhaps cover, or another energy process.
No general purpose TEF, but more sectorial, except that Martin doesn't agree.
Well, I do. I do.
Okay,
but exactly, we can also work together. So we have to think, sorry to repeat, as an innovation ecosystem where you specialize, of course, but you can also work as a team. Do you know the series Sense 8, where you can call up, the specialty. If you need to drive a car, your buddy who's good at driving a car can sort of, help you. And it's like I feel that we can cover a lot of things here, not because we can all do everything, but we can harness and get to that. And certainly we don't cover. We should have. There's a 5th TEF, actually, a shadow TEF for hardware. There's also things coming up for other things. So, I mean, we're putting these boats now out to sea by next year, and we are also very keen on seeing how things are, but it's certainly not closed clubs, and certainly they will evolve. So I think we are quite focused, to be honest.
We still need a map to navigate the system for SMEs.
First of all, you need a friend.
Yeah.
So it's a thread. If you pull, you start pulling, you end up in the right place.
So maybe the secret is that we are all working together very closely already. Yeah, so we are already the super TEF secretly, and this is very important. Yeah,
so is there a mechanism for network?
So we have weekly meetings scheduled, and we are very close, and this is very important to be efficient.
Ourselves.
Exactly.
Yeah, so probably this is where the map should be, or the code should be, which would take you through all those different things, and maybe also sending you to AD or something else. Right? Last word.
Think of it as coming to Madrid as an outsider and just walking by, a map or something. Yes, you can find things. But imagine having a friend here can show you around and say, oh no, yeah, the map says it, but you should really go this way. So that's the difference between just having a map and then having an ecosystem.
Coach to navigate. Last word, and we close, or we close. Who wants to talk?
Just reinforcing this as well about the need of rather sectorial activities, right? I mean, we see it like football. And football team is not made of 11 highly flexible people.
Nothing about football,
right?
I tell you, nothing.
Any other sports or any other. So you want to go and make sure that you hire the best in each of the roles that you have in your game or in your organization. And then, of course, you must make sure that they all play as a team. And this is a little bit what we started here.
So this is going to be a team of TEF, right?
Well, so far it is, yes.
Okay, very good. Nothing else?
I can say it's very challenging to coordinate TEF. It's not it's an unusual project. You have infrastructure, you have a normal project, and you have the Commission who give you 50% of funding, is expecting results, but sometimes is not ready to answer our questions. The everyday life is difficult. And so I can say we go all together and we advance for 1 year. We faced a lot of problems. We didn't resolve all of them, but the challenge is to do something new and different, and hope that this really will help to strengthen the European industry.
Okay, I think we can thank our speakers, and it's going to be the last panel, right, Irene? Yes, we can go. Thank you.
Thank you all. I'll stay with having TEF superpowers. That would be really, really useful. Please don't leave. Couple of minutes. Let's do the wrap up. Let's do this properly, and let's leave with a good, optimistic feeling in the future. The first thing I want to say is something that we've been discussing during lunch, a few of us. And I completely agree. This was a conversation that it was not started by me, but it was there. This is the first technology event, and trust me, I've been in many of them throughout my career, that has seen more women on a stage, more diversity in a tech event, European-related tech event, but also number of women in the audience. And that makes me think, this feels good, and this is, for me, it's a one-off, so congratulations to the organizers. And coming to the organizers, a lot of work has gone, by the teams that have been working together on this, in Touch AI, the Commission, and the Presidency. And it's thanks to them, but there is one person that has been working harder, much, much harder than the rest, and I want to, say that she has been instrumental in making all this happen. So a round of applause, please, for Yola Dervisa. Everybody has been working very hard, but I think she deserves a special mention. So now, Slido results. And the question was, what kind of use cases are interesting for innovators that are using existing testing and experimentation facilities? Very relevant to the last panel. So if we can see the results of the Slido, please. No, we have another match. Connectivity, energy, robotics, integration, efficiency. I'd like to see how many people voted and how many people gave the... But, it's good. Again, I think it reflects well the general sentiment. And to close the day, I'd like to say a few words. What are the takeaways from today? The same thing that I did yesterday. Today, we've learned that transparency, training, and governance are essential to ensure inclusiveness and fairness in the development of trustworthy AI. We've learned that we need to join forces to put the AI Act in practice. The EU co-legislators are finalizing negotiations of the world's first regulation on the use of AI. And to make this possible, the instruments that are being put in place are regulatory sandboxes, the AI Pact, please check the website, standardization. And the last takeaway is that this type of testing experimentation facilities are a crucial instrument to support innovation and bring trustworthy AI solutions to market. The AI Act will be here soon and will enable industry, research, innovation, and the entire ecosystem to thrive, and to ensure that AI works for people and becomes a force for good in society. Thank you so much for this today. It's been great. Thank you.